Welcome everyone to our Sunday webinar and Ramadan Kareem to everyone who's fasting. We were just speaking before we started that our people in Gaza must have broken their fast. I think it's at 5:30 p.m. Gaza local time. So they may be late joining us today. We have a few speakers that we will be introducing shortly, but welcome everyone and hope everybody's doing well. Karama. Karama,
Yeah.
go ahead. We're live.
Hi, Ramadan Kareem, everyone. We have speakers that Maisa will introduce because she has better knowledge of them, but we are very happy to have you all. Dr. Jabur will join us a little bit later. I think we will be hearing also from our colleagues in Congo today, maybe in Sudan. And are we going to start with Siwar, Maisa?
We can. Siwar is with us right now. I think Dr. Asil hasn't joined us yet, but because I have to catch a flight, I'll do the introduction, and then if I need to leave around 12:45, then I'll just say goodbye. But I'm very honored to introduce Dr. Siwar El Ajla and Dr. Asil, who I met yesterday actually over a friend's iftar dinner, and I had the pleasure of speaking to both of them, and they're both very incredible doctors. Siwar is from Gaza. She is a physician from Gaza. She's now in Montreal. She's doing her master's in mental health in McGill University. And Asil Al-Zaghul, she's also a physician who graduated from Jordan and did her master's, as well as currently doing her PhD in mental health psychological support in McGill. She did a diploma last year in play therapy. And so the three of us over iftar, we were discussing ways that both Siwar and Asil wanted to help and contribute to mental health work in Gaza. So we explored the topics of both art therapy and play therapy as potential modalities to support us. And they were both share a few words around. First of all, I want to welcome Rod, and I would like to invite you to share a few things about the work that you're doing, where you're from Gaza, and how you would like to contribute to mental health work in Gaza, and maybe we can collaborate from there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maisa, for this introduction. Hi, everyone. I'm happy to meet you all. And thank you all for the work you are doing and for the support too. Because as you know, like the mental health burden in Gaza is very huge and the demand is very substantial. So we are thinking about implementing something there to support the mental health. And we started with people who came from Gaza here in Montreal, and now we are doing like a mental health support camp for children and adolescents, and using art-based interventions. As well, we will start later with adults, and especially like varying between women and men, to listen to them and help them release some of the mental burden they are having. And help them resettle again in Montreal, which is not an easy environment for them. And we're thinking to for people who are in Gaza now, especially the mental health research, which is I'm interested in because we can't see anything about Gaza, like the Gazan people lived experiences, while we can see like a lot about Israeli people. And so I'm thinking about starting a project which will start with capacity building and exchange of experiences between Gaza and Canada, and between art therapist and drama therapist and whatever's professional. We can bring to talk, and it will be like an exchange between us and them. And then we will target like the psychologist or the artist. The artist to provide psychological first aid training, and then the psychologist will help them how to use like we can think together how to use art in order to support mental health, and then do research using art-based methodologies to document lived experiences and needs for different categories who are now in Gaza, like children, tortured people, physicians, women, parents, and whatever category we can reach. Later, we are thinking about expanding this project into starting like points of care, mental health care. And inshallah, when things resettle, we are thinking about expanding these points into like community centers like here, where people can go and like you do different activities in order to help them mentally. And then we can set up a referral system for people who are in need, like they need specialized treatment. So this is the idea in general, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Sawar. Sawar, can you tell us a little bit about the research that you're currently doing at McGill University? What areas of research are you focusing on? And you said you found a gap in the research data around mental health in Gaza or in Palestine. So maybe just illuminate that for us a little bit.
So I'm starting with so my research project, like my thesis, is a program where people will have 8 sessions of mental health support using art therapy, drama therapy. We will do mainly the activity of life journey, where where children and adolescents will be able to talk about their experience in Gaza and their experience in the country they have been waiting to come. They have been waiting in to come to Canada. So they have like 3 stations: Gaza, for example, Egypt, and then Canada, to document like the whole experience of like before and now and after. And then it will be like an implementation study in such kind of intervention. Will it work with people, and how we can adapt this intervention to be like to be in agreement with our culture and our like the Palestinian culture and our values and our beliefs. So this like will be like a small, very, very small project in the literature where the witnessing, I'm focusing a little bit about the witness therapy and witnessing, and then we will like it will be like just a starting point, as I said, to expand it for people in Gaza who are in Gaza now. That's it.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sawar. I want to share with you an experience that yesterday we had an event in Boston where we commemorated the revolutions in the Arab world, and it was led by 2 mental health specialists, and the format was chants and songs from Tahrir Square, from Syria, from Iraq, from Palestine, in the first Intifada songs, second Intifada songs. And it was a very collective healing experience where, you know, we from different, and if there was people from Iran, people from Afghanistan, people from all these countries that have a shared pain where, you know, we all feel oppression, we all feel that freedom and human rights are taken away from our people in our own countries. And it was such a powerful thing to be able to remember these songs that we know, Marcel Khalifa, and, you know, the Egyptians will know. حج ايش اسمه؟
Imam Darwish.
Imam, Imam, yeah,
Sheikh
somebody,
Imam.
you know.
Sheikh Imam.
Sheikh Imam.
Mm.
And things in Persian, in Persian, where we just learned them and we were saying them together. And for us adults, it was very helpful to just be together in that community. And I'm sure, you know, things like that in Gaza, we see the kids recite Quran together or sing songs together. And maybe there is some healing power to community music, storytelling, art, and not in the Western way where it's a one-on-one setting where you sit with your therapist and you talk, but it's a more collective, community-based healing experience. I don't know if you have any reflections on that.
This is like I have seen in person here with people who are in Montreal now. They don't want they don't prefer like one-to-one therapy. They want just circles. They ask for circles. We need to talk in circles. We need to be listened, but together as a group. So this is very true.
Yeah, I think like the concept of healing and therapy is a very contextualized concept. Yeah, the culture actually has a lot to do with how people heal. And in Palestine, everything is done in community, right? Like there's groups of, people in the neighborhoods and communities. And I think one of the biggest challenges, I think, for Gaza is that incredible amount of harm that's caused by all these displacement activities, because the community structure changes and people are no longer living next to their neighbors who they've grown up with, and I think that's going to take a long time to kind of heal and bridge and to find back that sense of community, which is really essential to healing in Palestine. If anybody is from Palestine, we all know how important it is to be part of that community and to heal together as a community, not as an individual, which is very, very distinct from what we see here in the West.
Can you mute? Yeah, mute Nader.
Is
Mute Nader for a minute, please. Nader, we'll just wait a minute.
okay.
So, sorry, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Sorry for being late. And sorry to jump in without knowing the context. But Suwar, you said the healing in groups is better, but we know from our society we are more kind of private, and we like, especially the mental issues, to be in private, not in groups. So when you say therapy or healing in groups, are you applying the Western model of psychotherapy or mental health on our population, or this you think is something that is really fit and suitable for our culture or people? Just curious to know.
Yeah, so we're not providing therapy as a therapy, it's just psychological first aid. So these earth-based activities are not therapy, it's just interventions that can be provided for anyone who got a very light training, which is the goal in order to expand these services everywhere. So we can't, in any country afford very specialized services to everyone. So this kind of lay people-led interventions, or like people with a little training, is something that we can do in Gaza, where the need is very huge. So this is like our approach, and then we ask the people themselves if they want to talk to any therapist. And I don't think our community, the stigma associated with the mental health in our communities, that I'm not sick, I am not a crazy person, just think very common. But I would love to talk with people who have been through what I have been and share our experiences in a very funny way. It's fine if there will be people who can support us, in the circles, the psychologists, we can moderate it and provide quick intervention if needed. But if you found someone who needs real therapy, like interventional therapy, we can refer them to people who can provide that. People who understand our culture, our values, our beliefs, and mostly they would be Arab who worked in Palestine, Lebanon, and different areas.
Yeah, I think this was very, at the beginning of genocide, a lot of us Palestinians, people who have been impacted by genocide, who have sought mental health support through the mainstream system, whatever, the Western style, let's say, therapy, it was very shocking to all of us is that even the context of understanding what it means to be displaced and going through something like genocide, it was not understood by most therapists who have been trained in the Western modalities. So I think, therapy, healing, all these things are very contextualized or context-based, and whatever intervention that needs to be introduced should respect, the cultural norms and also the ways in which our community has evolved, from Nakba to Naksa to now the genocide and all the ongoing trauma and violence that we've witnessed. So to introduce something so foreign like Western therapy without understanding the context, I think may cause more harm than help. That would be my my assessment, but you're the experts who are.
I mean, and to your point, Maisa, even for us here, I think for us who have been witness to the genocide, the best way for us to feel, or the best treatment for us was to be around Dr. Swiyang, Dr. Yiping, around each other, being active. As long as we were active doing something and in groups together, it was easier on us. And whenever you are alone and just watching the news or listening and seeing all these scenes, it was very, very, much heavier. So, I mean, as we said, I mean, at one point, sick from genocide, because the whole world that have been a witness to the genocide have been mentally sick. And we said at that point that the best treatment, the best healing is to stay active, to mobilize, to continue to be around, same-minded people who are disgusted from this and be in groups. And I remember whenever we go to a process or something, it does make you feel, a little bit better. You're doing something. And the minute you go back home, or whenever there are a few days there is nothing going on, it feels much darker and much heavier. So I think it all kind of validates each other, what Suar is saying.
Siwar, would you be able to stay with us longer during this webinar? Because a lot of people have questions for you.
Yeah, sure.
We do have two doctors in Gaza who are trying to jump on the webinar, and as you guys know, internet is bad. Dr. Nader. So Dr. Nader is a young general practitioner in Gaza that we have
Hello,
worked
dear
with
Dr.
him.
Karama. How are you?
يا هلا أهلين.
Ramadan Mubarak, everyone.
رمضان مبارك لك. كيف حالك؟
Thank you, Dr. Siwar, for your amazing work. Alhamdulillah, ربنا يحفظك. I would like to introduce Dr. Muhammad Abu Raya. Dr. Muhammad is one of the great figures here in Gaza, who is always working for the mental health, for the public health, for the primary health care. He's almost in all fields, and he's one of the great figures among the NGOs here in Gaza. I think he will be a great here in Gaza. Is Dr. Muhammad with you?
أهلا وسهلا دكتور محمد.
مرحبا السلام عليكم.
يا أهلا.
Hi for everyone, and sorry for making everything rapid and fastly, but it seems that you are discussing a big issue based on the mental health and need and demand in Gaza nowadays during the genocide. So appreciating all your work and your efforts, and we hope we add however we can value for this webinar. First of all, let me start by the operational definition for mental health in Gaza. Maybe mental health in Gaza is different from any other place in the world. All of us, we know PTSD. You know it, I'm sure.
Yes.
Yes.
PTSD. Hello?
Yes.
Yes, we hear you. سامعينك دكتور.
So, yeah, Habibi. So the PTSD is different nowadays in Gaza. All the minor and the major criteria have been different. Sometimes I suggest to call it Gaza syndrome, because all the PTSD is different. All the PTSD criteria, whatever it's written in any textbook, you will find in the ground here, it's to be different totally. and other issues that sometimes when we have some treatment of with a patient who are suffering from PTSD or from Gaza syndrome, unfortunately, who making giving the therapy and who is receiving the therapy. So it's one of the big issue which we need to just to solve it. Sometimes when trying to solve some problem, in case you cannot support yourself and you are also a victim during of the genocide and during all what you have faced in the ground in Gaza, it will be difficult, at least in people who need it. Today in Gaza, majority of the people, adult and children, all of them are not normal. All of them have been facing a lot of trauma. We can feel it and we can see it by our eyes day by day in our clinic. A lot of people, on the other hand, who have been amputated, amputation patient, they need now a pain management and they are addicted for painkiller and addicted for narcotic. It is one of the challenge which we are facing nowadays under the umbrella of mental health also. So a lot of issues we are facing nowadays, but the most important, let me and again it is we are beyond the PTSD. We are now we can call it Gaza syndrome, which can make bilaterally with the genocide.
Yes, I agree. Dr.
Please.
Muhammad, where is your clinic? Where have you been all this long time? You're
Wallahi,
making us
since
more
long time
curious now.
I am in Gaza, still in Gaza. I don't left Gaza. I have the work since 2004. I work in NGOs in different organizations such as Medicine du Monde, MSF, CRS, WHO, WFP. Until now, I am working with different organizations with background of health consultant. I am holding a PhD in public health, and I have so much interested in health. I have 2 articles or 3 articles in COVID-19 based on the mental health. So one of my favorite just to speak and to deal with the patient with mental health. Again and again, Gaza, as we said, they need more and more. What we are telling you, it's just a little teeny things what you are facing dealing with the patient. And unfortunately, the patient in Gaza during the failure of the system in the MOH, majority of the are rounding like a marketing for the all over the GOs, which will affect the dispenser of medication and would be reflected on addiction and reflected on relying on medication a long time. Yes, please.
Yeah, actually, your work is very, very interesting, and it seems there's a lot to learn from you. I hope you have a better connection. But honestly, I think we want to connect both with you and Dr. Nader again, try to hear back or more about you, and inshallah, we can support your work. I mean, I think at this point, unfortunately, there's going to be more need for mental health support, stuff like that, once people now kind of relatively settle now and start thinking of, oh my God, what have happened, after they lost most of their families, their home.
Actually, totally agree.
Yeah.
Totally agree with you. But the matter is the human barrier in the Ministry of Health. They're not giving priority of mental health, giving priority for trauma, giving the priority for internal medicine, and therefore the definition of the health based on the WHO, which is one of the priorities and one of the essential is the mental health. So unfortunately, they are forgetting by mean all the patient and the need of them. Equally for the patient who is complaining from also from NCDs. Usually after any conflict of any war, the people of NCDs have been lost during the war.
What's
Majority of
NCDs?
them have been died
What
silently.
NCDs? What NCDs? Explain that, please.
Non-chronic disease, non-communicable disease.
Non-communicable disease. Okay.
And yes, yes.
So,
So it's one of the challenges which we are facing also, plus the mental health.
Allah يعينهم, Minister of Health. I think they have a lot on their plate, and I agree with you. Maybe they are not focusing as much on this, but I think with their resources, they are barely able to keep up. But that's why we're stepping. Did you fire MSF? You said you fired. You're not working with them anymore. Dr. Muhammad, did
To
you
be
fire MSF?
during the last update in the ground in Gaza, few of the international NGOs, they need to make some alignment for their registration
Yes.
during in Israel. So they're trying to justify their working nowadays. I was working with them strong. Nowadays, I am working with different NGOs and also I'm a freelancer, trying to put my added value with all the people who need it. Because you know we are from Gaza, we are from Palestine, we know the rules, we know the culture, we know the structure, we know our people, we know how to deal with them. All the
Okay.
respect and all the acknowledgement for all the people who are supporting us, but we should usually think globally and act locally.
Okay, we are 100% with you
Yeah.
with this,
Yes.
and we're
Yes.
ready to support you in this. And honestly, we would love to work more with you on putting the full framework of the Gaza syndrome. I'm very, very interested, very curious on developing this concept, and we're happy to support you. And
Thank you so much,
we're not gonna
and
abide
also
by the Israeli requirement to register
and
anyone. Actually, we are doing it defying their orders. So consider us on your side. Inshallah, let's work together. And with the help of all our colleagues here, let's put it together,
Yeah.
Anwar and everyone. We want to put this Gaza syndrome on the map in textbook and have the people of Gaza themselves define, what they feel, how they feel, and how they want the others to relate to them in their own words, in their own science, in their own approach to all these issues.
Very, very, very.
and
Thank you, ya Nader, for
from our
bringing
side,
Dr. Aburiya.
Yes. يسعدك يسعدك دكتورة.
and from
Yeah,
our
shukran,
side,
ya
we
Nader.
keeping our promise to be the God, be in the field, to be and support our people. We see whatever we will not outside, will work here, we'll find, because no other option, be outside Gaza or outside Palestine, to be in here, and we
Dr. Muhammad, we're not really
will
hearing you.
our heart
Yeah.
and we like not
It's very
message
interrupted. Hard.
people because uh, land alone is near to us.
Mm.
Dr. Muhammad,
Subhan. I think
yeah,
we lost the connection.
yeah. We will have maybe Nader add him to the WhatsApp group and
Yeah.
maybe have them speak again another time from a better place with a better connection. But
Mm.
there is a lot to learn from
There is a lot
them.
of work. Yeah.
David agrees. David, you want to take the lead on this?
Dr.
No,
Habib
no.
is here. Maybe Maisa
Yeah,
can.
David, you are muted.
Maybe Maisa can
Yeah,
introduce.
yes, yeah. David, you are muted, David. Yes, it's good now.
Good?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good.
You want to
Yeah,
help us with this project because that's your field. You're the pro
it
here.
sure is. It sure is. Yeah, I need to listen to what I missed. I came in on the end, but
It seems there's a lot of value in what they're saying, but we also could not hear it well because of the connection. But I think it's worth going deeper into this and working on this to develop this progress, this concept, and develop it and bring them back again with a better connection.
yeah. So is he a psychiatrist there?
It seems he's been working in the mental health field
In
for a
mental
while
health?
and the
Yeah,
public health field.
yeah.
So I mean he's new to us, but it's really a good
Yeah.
connection that we had from
Yeah,
Dr.
there's
Nader.
an important person is Yasser Abu Jamai.
Yes, Abu Jama, yes.
Yeah, so he's I understand he's not in Gaza anymore, that he got out and went to, I think, Holland, but um, we should be in touch with him. I have his contact information.
Yeah, Yasser is our friend. He's been here on our webinar many times. So
Oh,
maybe
okay,
one day
okay,
let's prepare all this together. You, Yasser, Dr. Yasser, and Dr. Muhammad, and
okay.
come back and present a comprehensive. And Siwar here. Siwar is here with us too. Maybe we have a group for this. Actually, let's create a group. What do you think, Karama Mason?
Yeah, I think Dr. Asil is joining us soon. She's also the PhD candidate who is
I mean,
also
we have
physician.
a very strong group of
Yeah.
psychiatrists.
So-
Dr. Kuram also.
Where is Karam?
He's a psychiatrist. He's
I thought he only do graphic design. Dr. Karam is very talented
only for
with graphic design too, guys.
I'm so sorry. Our
on the
internet is very
side, he
bad.
does psychiatry.
On the side, yeah.
On lighting.
On the side.
Mason.
Oh,
they're
here
back.
they are again.
I'm so sorry. The internet is
That's
very
okay.
bad and the connection
Nader.
just went unstable.
Nader. Dr. Nader.
أقدر نشوف الفيدباك written بعد لك
Dr.
إياه.
Nader, are you there? Do you hear us?
الله يعطيك العافية.
I think they're just in a loud place.
Okay. Maisa, do you want to introduce Dr. Habib Rahman?
course.
So we can hear from them. Then by that time, I think Dr. Asil
Yeah.
will be back. Yeah, okay.
Of course. I'm very happy to introduce Dr. Habib Rahman, who we met actually. When did we meet? We met
Geneva.
2 Januaries ago in Geneva when we were at the White Tent protest. So he was part of that. He was part of the UK delegation. And he's a consultant cardiologist. He's based in the UK and a member of Global Health BDS for Palestine. And he has just recently been to Gaza on a mission. I think he's still in Gaza, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And he's joining us today to give us his testimony from what he saw in Gaza and share with us what he learned and some of the needs on the ground from Gaza. So thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Rahman, and it's all yours. Please go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mesa. And Habib is fine. As you know, Dr. Rahman doesn't quite work, does it? Well, I've been here in Gaza. I've had the privilege of being here now for just under 5 weeks, and I've been to all of the cardiology centers in Gaza. I don't think there have been that many cardiologists who have been, and I have been struck by the impact of the blockade, as well as, of course, the devastation, which I'm sure everyone who's been on this stream and pays attention to Doctors Against Genocide is aware of. It really it is not done justice by what you see on the television. But when you see what it is like, seeing it with your own eyes and seeing the endless arrays of tents that people have been reduced to living in. Of course, these are the poorest people of the Gaza Strip, and you really need to see it to believe it. So front and center, I will put this to the people listening to the stream, that you should make every endeavor, if you're serious about activism for Gaza in your own countries, then I would recommend that you also try and make a trip to Gaza. As far as cardiology is concerned, the effects of the blockade are apparent. I would say pretty much every element of cardiology care is severely limited by the blockade, particularly cardiac cath lab care. As many of you will probably know, the Israelis directly attacked hospitals, including cardiac cath lab suites. And in fact, the original cardiac cath lab center for the Gaza Strip, which was in the European General Hospital, is now currently being occupied by the Israelis. It's worth reiterating that despite all of the nonsensical rhetoric that they came out with, they are now using a hospital as a command and control center, which means that also all of the stock that was being used for the cardiac cath labs in Gaza, some of which was kept at European General Hospital, is no longer accessible. because people can't get there. However, I would wish to strongly emphasize, and I think this should be the main point that people come away with when thinking about cardiology care in Gaza. I've been struck by the professionalism, the knowledge, the ingenuity, and the creativity that the Palestinian cardiologists have been demonstrating to deliver the best care that they can for their patients. And I would say without hesitation that there is a level of mental agility that I have seen that far surpasses that which I have seen from cardiologists in my own country. It really is extremely impressive to see these people work despite the effects of the blockade. We should take all of this as a source of inspiration for ourselves, and not only let that inspire our activism back home within Palestinian solidarity groups, but also what we do in the workplace. We are all fully aware that the reason why Doctors Against Genocide exists is because something has gone very wrong with the medical profession. Some may add that it's always been like that. But certainly there is a major deficiency in the ethical core of the profession that has been, I think, extremely effectively highlighted by Doctors Against Genocide. And that is how the medical profession allows its aims, even its methodology, to be subverted by power structures. And by seeing people doing their absolute best without any gain to themselves, to be doing the best for their own patients, it is incumbent upon us to take that energy and to take that ethical vein, and for us to be trying to mine that for ourselves in our own countries. Unless we are trying to change the medical profession in our own countries, we will see again and again instances of the medical profession not only being complicit with genocide in that rather vague sense, in remaining silent, refusing to condemn it, but even being active participants in the genocide, as Israeli doctors have been, and of course, repeatedly over decades, Israeli doctors have been shown to be involved in torture. It is rather sad on that note to then find out that there have been members of the American military forces who have been deployed to missions in Gaza. This happened just very recently. And there's no point protecting this person's name. His name is Faisal Rahman, who is an aesthetic doctor who also does emergency medicine in Texas, and is an active member of the US Air Force and was deployed to Gaza on a mission. So when one sees the mistakes that MSF have made, we shouldn't hold MSF up and suggest that they're somehow a bad apple. The entire humanitarian system is not designed to stop any of these things. This is simply a symptom of how broken the humanitarian system is. Humanitarianism never stopped a war, and it's never reversed anything. From what I hear about with this particular person, I found it was quite striking that this person seemed quite unapologetic about being an active, I repeat, an active member of the US Air Force and deployed to a mission in Gaza. He seemed completely unapologetic about this. It's not the first time this has happened, and it shows how broken the humanitarian system is. Many would say that that is by design. So we should use our own professional power. There are various ways in which the medical profession is able to exert power, which I think all of you are aware of, and particularly those in leadership positions, you often have decisions over procurement within your departments as well. All of the various ways in which our professional power can be exacted so that Israel is weakened in every way possible. medical products are a big part of this. Pharmaceutical products are a big part of this. There is no reason why every single doctor that cares about Palestine should not be boycotting Teva pharmaceuticals. There's no excuse for this. They don't make any exclusive proprietary drugs that are not perfectly well served by alternatives. This is just one example, but there are various examples of this. So the resilience, the good nature, and the wonderful souls that I met here in Gaza have, at least for me, they have made me much more inspired to step up my activism back home, both within solidarity groups, but also to be more creative and thoughtful about how I engage at work, so that the professional power that we all have can be used to bring Israel's regime to an end.
Thank you, Habib. This is really very, very profound, very impressive. Thank you. You put things in words that we all feel, but maybe we have not been able to put them this compelling way. So why we are all here? Because, I mean, the system that we live in just broke. We could not stay silent, whether as healthcare workers, as doctors, as humans, as citizens of the world. I mean, we could not just stay silent in the face of this, especially in the medical field for people. I mean, there is some bias there. Why do people go in the medical field? Because they care more about life, about humanity, about, defending, protecting life. So, I mean, that puts more a higher obligation on us that, yes, we need to fix this. We cannot be part of this. We cannot stay silent in the face of this. And as you said, we cannot even be tools of committing these crimes. And you answered a major question for us. We always get asked, why don't you have Israeli doctors with you guys? Is there any Israeli doctors in DAG? And you already answered that, very eloquently. The Israeli doctors are busy committing genocide. You cannot ask us, people who are fighting genocide, to go work with the Israeli doctors who are, we know every Israeli with a doctor or healthcare worker, they go and serve in the army, and they have been supporting the bombing of the hospitals. So please, if anyone keeps asking us, why don't you have Israeli doctors? Israeli doctors are busy committing genocide. We are an anti-genocide, group of people and organizations. So the answer is very obvious, very clear. And thank you, Habib.
Go ahead.
Wait, just one thing.
Yeah.
I just want to say a very special hello to my former roommate, Dr. Habib. How are you doing? I second everything you said, mashallah. And just one thing to add, everything he mentioned is not only limited to adult cardiology. We also had a critical shortage of supplies, surgery, everything for pediatric cardiology. Actually, would talk to Dr. Habib about the difficult cases that we had that would be born and would die because they were not able to get transferred out of Gaza for surgery. But it's very nice to see you again, and thank you for everything you do.
Thank you, Muhammad.
Yep.
It's nice to see how these connections happen over time and how people connect to each other, and it's part of the solidarity and part of the Doctors Against Genocide mission.
I mean,
Mobilize,
we live 3
connect.
feet away from each other, so
Yes, it's very.
I also want to say hello to Habib. It's so nice to see you. It's amazing. Thank you so much for everything you're doing and what you've just said. I've learned a lot. Thank you.
Thank you,
Well, Dr. Sui, I think you have cast ripples over the years, and
Yes.
the effects of them are not always easy to discern.
So I wonder, how big was that room that you were roommates in? Muhammad, how big
Without
was
thinking
that room?
about accommodation in
I
case.
like the details, please. You have to be very specific, very specific.
Because we know, right? We know our Mohammed. He is not a tiny man.
Yeah, exactly.
He needs space.
no, thankfully I should say
God
separate
bless
beds.
his mother.
Separate beds, but close to each other.
And when I met Habib 2 years ago in Geneva, I remember he was older than this. He looked older than this. So whatever they're doing for you in
I
Gaza,
think
they're
he was
making you
wearing a
look
suit all
younger.
the time. We were
What's
like
that?
confused by that. He was wearing a suit all the time.
Yeah.
It's like,
And
what's with the suits?
so, so for those who don't know, Dr. Muhammad also just came back from Gaza last week. Dr. Muhammad Kuza is a pediatrician from Colorado, a Syrian American, a great human being, a great doctor, someone we're proud of. And we want you to
Privileged to
speak
be
and
here.
please have a discussion, open discussion, you and Habib, and tell us what happened. What was the experience, both of you, please.
Again, my experience was more on the pediatric side, but there was a lot of similarity, especially and specifically what Dr. Habib is saying about the excellence that you see on the one hand that is being provided by the healthcare practitioners in Gaza, but then the imposed limitations on them, whether that's lack of a cath lab, lack of surgeons or the ability to do surgery. I think you were talking to me about even lack of like pacemaker batteries and things like that. Like if you can get the wires or you can get a cath lab, you can do a swap, but that's just not available.
Yeah, it's a major issue. Of course, this has nothing to do with this. We all know the Israelis, they don't have any security concerns. These are just ways of trying to humiliate the Palestinians. Do you know my own take? I've been here, I've been here for 5 weeks. It's a little longer than most people. Do you know the will of the Palestinians and their their desire to enjoy life, their desire to do their best for their families? I don't think the Israelis can defeat them.
Yeah.
Which is why they're trying to genocide them. It's
Yeah.
it's not a defeat. They're trying to systematically eliminate every one of them. Yeah. What
But
Dr.
they
Habib
won't
can tell
win.
you is he spent the first week sick in Gaza, but would still get up and work and then come back and cough all night between me and him. I think I might have actually gotten you sick.
Alhamdulillah.
That was like a boot camp, get you ready, sick, so you got immune, then you're ready to go.
Exactly.
Yeah? Now, I have two questions for you, Dr. Habib. Uh, let's start with the first one. Is there any estimates or research about how many or the percentage of people who died of cardiac causes in Gaza during this genocide, which are the indirect causes of death in the genocide because of lack of cardiac care? Because I know, we all know that if you have a heart attack, if you have an advanced heart disease, you need to have intervention, you need to have a cath lab, you need to have cardiac procedures. And to our knowledge, none of those existed in Gaza in the last 2 years. Is there any idea, any estimate, or any at least basic research on how many people did we lose because the cardiologists in Gaza were not able to take care of? And this is, cardiac illness is the first, number one killer in the Western world. And with all the stress that's happening for the people of Gaza, remember, imagine being bombed, you're losing your house, you're losing your family, that will put more stress on your heart. And I'm sure many people died from heart attacks than usual on top of the direct injuries. Do you have any idea, Dr. Habib?
The short answer is no. I mean, we have the data is there. It would require phoning up families, of course, uh, to follow up some of the people who would have been on waiting lists for, angioplasty to a proximal LAD lesion, for example, who then one never hears from again. Currently, when it comes to cardiac surgery, the entire program is frozen at the moment. So every single person who's referred for surgery is basically being given a death sentence because they could die at any point from their condition. So there is data. I mean, I haven't explored it myself, but all of these patients are now being listed for external transfer because there's no cardiac surgery happening at the moment. It restarted for a few weeks. There's been some problems with the availability of sundries for the cardiopulmonary bypass circuit, and Israel has blockaded all cardiac valves and all cardiac pacemakers, essentially all cardiac cath lab equipment from entering.
Yeah, thank you. And of course, you are a great member of DAG. You're someone we always liked. We always, enjoyed being around with. But I liked you even more a couple of weeks ago because you gave an answer only a true DAG doctor will give. When we were talking about, someone was talking about, let's evacuate all these patients, evacuate them now, and that's it. We did to Gaza what needs to be done, and we can move on. And you said that evacuation, while of course people who need to be evacuated, especially the cases that cannot be treated in Gaza, do need to be evacuated. But evacuation is not the answer. It's a symptom of a problem, but not the answer. What needs to be done in Gaza to allow all the aid, all the equipment, all the doctors in, so they can treat, they can help their people. You cannot ask a people that your only way to survive is to be, evacuated. So we're not against the evacuation, but at the same time, we should not just allow those people, some certain groups of people who want to play, oh, we care about life, we care about humanity, and put this as the only problem. And once it's done, the world can just move away, and they did what needs to be done to Gaza. So can you elaborate more on this? Because I think when you answered them from the inside of Nasser Hospital, your answer was really, touched really deep with us here.
I'm pretty sure I wasn't the only one thinking this, but first of all, just the very act of negotiating transfer of these people to the West Bank to get treatment there, while these same people are applying the most brutal blockade that, well, other than the time of the famine, of course, one of the most brutal blockades in the history of Palestine. Just the very idea of that, I just find utterly bewildering. Why on earth do you think these people should be negotiated with? First, and so that's the first point. And the second point is the very reason why they need to be evacuated is because of the blockade. So surely the solution is to lift the blockade.
Exactly. Thank you. Yeah, this needs to be very clear. Anyone? Yeah, go ahead, Mohammed.
This is basically ethnic cleansing with extra steps. Like if we start evacuating everybody, the Israelis are going to be motivated to hurt everybody, or kill the people that they can't get to leave.
Yep.
And also some groups who want to pretend to be humanitarian, they are taking the evacuation out of context and playing it as, oh, let's do this. Once we do this, that's all what the people need. And we're whitewashing our reputation. The fact that we were silent for 2 years on this genocide, the fact that we did not do everything we can to stop the genocide. Now, if we just evacuated one patient, look, we're cool, we're the good guys, and everyone should be happy, and that's it. We did nothing wrong, and we did everything that the people of Gaza need. So yeah, ending the genocide, lifting the blockade, and holding the perpetrators and those who support them accountable is what the people of Gaza need. Evacuation is just one part of the puzzle. It's not the whole crime of the genocide. Everyone, I think, should be clear on this. And thank you, Dr. Habib, for being very, very clear on this. Now, anyone,
Dr. Nadal,
yes, go ahead.
Jabal, can I just comment? I just want to comment on one last thing, if you don't mind. I did mention it very briefly. There is no reason why every doctor that cares about Palestine should not be boycotting TIVA.
Yep.
None of your patients should be receiving TIVA medicines. It's not that hard to find alternatives. If you go into the Global Health BDS for Palestine Instagram page, there are actually lists there which are mainly relevant to the UK, but you can adapt them for your own context, for your own country, for your own province. It's not that difficult to do. Even if you don't go to demonstrations for whatever reason, everyone can boycott. Everyone can do that. And particularly in our own context, within the healthcare professions, we have a particular role because it's more difficult for the public to take those sorts of steps when it comes to prescription drugs. They can do it to some extent. It's more difficult in the US. But every doctor should be endeavoring to boycott TIVA pharmaceuticals. There's no excuse to not be trying.
Dr. Habib, can you tell us the mechanism of this boycott? What does it look like for any doctor or nurse, so that we and our listeners understand how to do it?
Actually, also the URL, I'm just going to drop it in the chat. So if you tell me what it is again, Habib, I'll just add it.
Now we have Jonathan here. Jonathan is the pro on this. So between Habib and Jonathan, educate us more about this, please.
I just need the URL, just quickly.
Jonathan, are you?
Is it the Instagram one, May says? it's www.instagram.com/globalhealthbds for Palestine.
Dr. Jonathan?
Forgive me, my family just came home, so I had to change room. Greetings, Habib. It's fantastic to hear from you. So good to see you there and doing such great work. I'm on behalf of Global Health BDS, thank you so much for everything you're doing. Yeah, so the TIVA campaign, I mean, Habib is leading on this for us effectively, and what he said is absolutely right. It fits in with the overall BDS campaign in the health sector, which we are trying to grow and diversify out into totally isolating Israel. All medical institutions, pharmaceutical companies, medical equipment companies, which we should look at in a bit more detail, perhaps when you back up it. And the TIVA campaign is growing. I've been speaking at meetings here in the UK, in London, and the general public have fairly good awareness of it now. Tell your doctors, your GP, your clinic doctors, and your pharmacy. And there are leaflets online. There's a model letter, a very short letter, which just says, dear pharmacist or dear GP, please can you ensure that I don't receive TIVA medication? We always say to people, if there are no alternatives, do not stop your medication, obviously. But you say to the professional who's prescribing or the pharmacist, okay, I'll take it for now, but please can you investigate an alternative? And as patients, you're in a strong position. Your views and your wishes need to be respected. It's a basic tenet of healthcare, isn't it? We try and do our best for our patients and adhere to their wishes. And it's a growing campaign, and it strikes a blow at a big international pharmaceutical corporation, which is paying huge amounts of taxes into the coffers of the Zionist regime. So it's an important campaign, and it strikes a blow against the international links. So just to support what Habiba said, it's an important campaign for everybody. Thanks very much.
Yeah, if I want to add something, I remember me and Karama, when we heard about the TIVA campaign, TIVA, you're talking about, boycott the generic medications of TIVA. And most of the time you can find an alternative to generic medications. So this is on us to do. But then we found out that unfortunately, most of the profits now that TIVA is making is not from the generic medication. The generic medication is only 5 to 10% of their portfolio. This is the part that we can work with. It's still an important part, even for moral reasons to do it. But are there any ways, Jonathan, any alternatives to try to boycott the other branded names that don't have alternatives? Unfortunately, they are leading on many fronts on this. So is there a way to make this campaign even more comprehensive or more hurting for them? Because last year, despite all the boycott, they still made money. The year before, they still made money because their main revenue is the things that we cannot boycott or that does not have alternatives. I want to learn, I want to boycott, but is there a way to make it even more hurtful for them when it comes to money? Because money hurts them the most.
Good question, Idar. Thank you. I would defer to Habib on this. I think he knows more about the detail of it. I think there are a handful of drugs which are their top sellers, which we could target. And also, as I'm sure everybody knows, or certainly the health professionals on the call, that it's a moving target. Every week, every month, the prices of drugs change, and our health authorities then recommend a different brand for various drugs to prescribe to patients because the prices are changing and so on. But I think, Habib, you probably know more about this aspect. If I could hand over to you.
Yeah, so I mean, they're still making the majority of their profits from generics, but it is reducing, and indeed they've made very clear public statements. I think it started about 4 years ago that they were going to move more into proprietary drugs, which was not their main wheelhouse before. It had always been generics, small margins, high volume, and they have come out with a few fairly profitable proprietaries. What is striking about them, with all of the proprietaries, is that none of them are really, none of them are significantly better than what's already on the market. So they have used disease awareness campaigns with one of their drugs, a recent one called tetrabenazine. They've got, I think, a former NFL player who is part of the promotion campaign for it. So they're using all those old tricks to promote the drug. It's not because it's actually better than what's out there. It's just standard marketing tactics that would be used to sell, soft drinks or toothpaste. These aren't actually drugs that are significantly better than what's already out there. So I think for those people, particularly specialists in psychiatry, neurology, a few cancer drugs as well, they will almost certainly be aware of the fact that actually they're pretty much equivalent, if not perhaps even worse than the other drugs that are out there, but they're heavily promoted. The usual things where doctors are given consulting fees, education fees, all that usual stuff that it is done to try and win them over. Actually, I'm quite optimistic about all of this. I think it's not especially difficult now because of the US. There is definitely a hostile atmosphere towards any type of boycotting of Israel. I think then one just has to be smart about it. And again, this is kind of what I was referring to when I was talking to professional power. It comes in various forms, and doctors should be smart about these things. So the way that Global Health BDS for Palestine have done it is they have created lists of alternatives, and the lists that have been curated show that if you prescribe something from this list, the right-hand list on the Global Health BDS for Palestine page, it is impossible for the patient to receive a Teva formulation of those drugs because they're not made in the UK. There's no reason why that couldn't be done in every country in the world. It's not actually a lot of work to make these lists, and you can just do it for the most commonly prescribed drugs. The amount of money that is generated by a patient who is put on an antihypertensive and then stays on it for the next 40 years, it's incalculable. So I think all of those little wins should not be discounted. They have a cumulative effect that is very, very difficult to put together. Even if you just started with 100 doctors doing it. I had the good fortune of meeting a pharmacist while I was out here from a town in South Africa. In this particular town, the pharmacists have managed to boycott all of Teva medicines from their pharmacies. So this is what happens when people put their mind to it.
I really think this deserves its own presentation. Maybe, inshallah, Habib, when you come back with you, Jonathan, and Dr. Huda, I think you've been doing a lot of work on this. Maybe we have a full webinar or more detailed webinar with guidelines and examples of the medication. So we have to keep repeating this and reminding people of this. Again, maybe you will not, doctors will not feel like they can do it or they can do it all. But once we start, as you said, there is always a way to find an alternative. But maybe let's dedicate a more detailed and prepare more examples and have another presentation about boycotting Teva and many other similar companies. Yeah. And the other doctor who also have been to Gaza is Dr. Yiping. Dr. Yiping, so want to see anything to Dr. Habib and Dr. Muhammad, your colleagues?
There's so much to say, and also I'm not sure what to say, I think, because seeing colleagues like Dr. Habib, Dr. Kuzey's, do what's possible within their power as healthcare workers to, be in solidarity with the Palestinian people by being on the ground. This is within the power of many healthcare workers, and it's also, something that's restricted to Palestinian colleagues, just because of who they are, where they're born, who their parents are. So I think about what is within our control as individual people within a movement, as healthcare workers. And if this is within your power to do, I urge you to do it. If it's also within your power to organize locally and move forward these really important boycott and divestment campaigns, this is also very much within our power to do it. There's also efforts right now to continue to challenge and break Israel's illegal siege and blockade of the Gaza Strip through more boats that will be sailing on the Mediterranean Sea. And these boats also require doctors, nurses, healthcare workers to be on these boats. If that's within your power, then do it. So I think there are many different things that as healthcare workers, as doctors, it is well within our power to be in solidarity with the Palestinian people. And yeah, I think it's just really inspiring to be with all of you, to see what is possible, and to continue to challenge this illegal, Israeli occupation that continues to commit genocide in all of its different vicious and evil forms of how it's manifesting still to this day. Over 2 years later, since I've been in Gaza, I've just seen, the different ways in which genocide is inflicted on the people in Gaza. And the only way we get through this is as a community, and doing everything we can within our power and through all these different ways to strategize. Because what we're fighting is capitalism, is colonialism, is Western imperial interests in the region. And if we're able to lessen that, capitalist imperial, Western imperial boot off of the necks of Palestinians, then we'll all be better for it. We'll all live in a safer world.
Yeah, thank you. Anyone else from the panel has any question to Dr. Habib, Dr. Muhammad, while they're still with us, please? Anyone has any questions? Swiyang, Dr. Sui?
Yeah. Now that Jonathan is down here, Jonathan, I think with the TIVA business, if we can just do a very small, limited survey of our patients, spelling out what TIVA is all about, and they tick, I'm prepared to accept this kind of drugs, I'm not. I think we'll come out with a high percentage of our patients who are not prepared to do it, especially in my part of the world. And that will be very strong grounds to take it to our pharmacy and say, look here, patients don't like it. What do you think?
Yeah, sure. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, we have to do it. It's evidence-based, you see. My patients actually come to me, you see. Miss Sang, you prescribed this, and then I got this. I say, oh my goodness,
Yeah, you're right. People do ask about it. Patients ask about it.
If they're prepared not to buy Israeli dates, why should they eat Israeli medicine? Come on.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And we know in a general sense, we know that the ordinary people in the street, even right across the Western countries, are their hearts are with the Palestinians.
Yeah.
It's the elites and the leadership and our governments and the institutions that are backing the Zionists in this dreadful genocide. You're on the street in a demonstration here in London, and all the cars that pass by, they beep and their support and everything like that. The odd Zionist goes past and shouts an insult, but honestly, 90% of the people that go past are supportive. We know ordinary people are with the Palestinian people.
Yeah.
And I think it's certainly worth exploring your idea. Maybe when we next meet, we can talk a bit more about
something quite simple like that, so that we are, it's not that we are a bunch of troublemakers. You know what, doctors, we don't want to rock the boat, and especially young doctors, they don't do it. But if they say, look, patients don't like it, why? Yeah. They know that it's got the blood of Palestinians on their hands, so why should we be part of it? And also, I know there's nothing to do with this topic. Habib, while you are away, I want to tell you, 23 out of the 24 Filton, 24 are bailed out. You know about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know about that. Okay, very good. And also, all the hunger strikers are going through refeeding. And the judges are all, and the juries are all fantastic. So you see, even despite all the pressure and all that, people are still standing up to it. So there's something to be optimistic about. So when you come back, we are going to have a big welcome for you, okay?
I'm very optimistic.
Yeah.
And I don't think there is anything wrong with us saying that we want to disintegrate the Israeli regime because it's a genocidal regime.
Yeah.
Why is that controversial? Yeah, any state that is committed to genocide.
Yeah.
Why should that be in any way acceptable that people are silent on that, particularly doctors?
Yeah. We are brought up to save lives, not to be complicit with the genocide. Cannot.
Dr. Suyang, I'm very happy to see you positive about this because I remember very distinctly when the hunger strikers were when the hunger strike was ongoing and the hunger strikers were so sick,
there
was a feeling of hopelessness.
Yes.
And a feeling of, utter sadness and, just that we're helpless.
They're going to die,
Yes, we were afraid that they will die. And this was a remarkable change of
big
events.
victory. Yeah.
Huge.
Yeah.
Especially in the UK where the repression is at its peak.
Yeah.
Even compared to the US. So this is, I think, as we always say, the truth will always prevail. The right thing, doing the right thing is always the right thing to do.
Yes.
And we will not just give up on being on the right side of history and opposing genocide and opposing violation of human rights wherever they are. So we should find solidarity in the knowledge that things really work at the end.
Yeah. It is moving. Maybe for the Palestinians who are suffering so much, it's not fast enough, but it is moving.
Inshallah.
I have a question I'd like to ask Dr. Habib.
Go ahead, David.
Yeah. So, Dr. Habib, hi.
Hi.
Yeah. My name is David Sperber, and I was in Gaza in 2020 before all of this, before the latest atrocities started. I have a question about that American physician in the Air Force that was assigned to Gaza. I was a little taken aback because ostensibly American military is not being actively sent to Gaza on assignments. Do you know anything about how or why what he was sent there for? Because I think that's something that there might be a way of addressing that with our elected officials. Why is this person being assigned to Gaza?
Well, he was here on a humanitarian mission with a bunch of doctors. He's a US Air Force doctor, but is on active duty. How that happens, I don't know, because my understanding is that your movements, you're generally your commanding officer needs to know about them, and I presume that they signed off on this. That this person has now been in Gaza, despite being on active duty, while the US military are collaborating with the Israeli regime to conduct the genocide.
So it was a humanitarian, not a military mission that he was there on.
No, but he's on active duty.
Yeah.
He was quite open about that. I mean, he didn't hide anything. He actually volunteered all the information. We just happened to bump into each other, and he was just very open about this. And there was some criticism made by some comrades, and he found it very difficult to respond to, and in the end said that we wouldn't understand his reasoning.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. Thank you. I hope Dr. Habib and Dr. Yiping stay with us for a minute. We are going to come back. We want to also hear from Dr. Yiping about his mission to Syria, his last mission to Syria. But before that, we want to go to our colleagues in Congo before they lose their connection because they have a problem with connections also. We have our colleague Philippe on the ground in Goma and Hadija. Philippe and Hadija, are you there, please? Are you ready to speak?
Hi, salam.
Philippe? Hi, salam, Hadija.
Let me start my video. I hope my green screen has an issue,
Yeah, you may need to take the background.
but I'd like to share my screen and let's see. Am I
Yeah.
screen sharing?
Yes, it's working.
Okay, great. So hello, everybody. My name is Hadija, and I am an activist and humanitarian for the Free Congo movement. The Free Congo movement is an anti-imperialist movement. It is a pro-human life movement, and it is in collaboration and solidarity with the Free Palestine movement. And Congo, as one of the doctors has put it, is also part of the of Western imperialism's extension, its tentacles that they extend so far deep into the global south. And in Congo, it has been a war for Congo's mineral resources for the past 3 decades. The people of Congo have not been allowed to be the beneficiaries of their own wealth, especially mineral wealth that go into all of the AI technology, all of this interface that we are enjoying right now, communing with each other, is because of minerals from Congo. And Western imperialists have sent their troops, they've sent their boots, and they've sent the Larkies to Congo to fight the people themselves so that they can gain from this wealth. Here we have our grant that Doctors Against Genocide have been very generous to support us. These are some of our mobile clinics that we have been running in the rural communities of the eastern parts of the Democratic Republic of Congo. These parts are the most affected by the war. I was here last year in January, and it is a place where human life has been completely, people have been abandoned. Administrative forces have completely abandoned it. And organizations like Doctors Without Borders have not been able to reach the people. And we have taken it upon ourselves as volunteers here. That is Philippe, who is going to be who's going to be speaking a little bit about the next medical mission that we are going to host. We go deep into the rural communities of Eastern DRC with our team of volunteers, our team of doctors and nurses. And we go there and we attend to people who have not seen a medical professional in a long, long time, in many years. We tend to children and their parents. People here, many of them have been running away for forever. So all sorts of illnesses, all sorts of ailments. Malnutrition is rampant among children. And so we do what we can. We have used our grant to purchase medication. We have used it to purchase supplementary food for the children and some immunizations which are available as well. And yes, here we are. We do what we can with what we have, with the community that we've been blessed to be able to engage with here as a community with Doctors Against Genocide. So this is a little bit of the work that we do. We try and do these mobile clinics at least once every couple of weeks. And our colleague Philippe is going to give us a little bit more information on who we're going to be serving this week. That is our team of volunteers there, including Philippe. So
amazing work, Khadija. Very impressive. You're
Thank you.
just putting a smile on all our faces. Your team is amazing. The people are amazing. The work is amazing. I mean, thank you for being with us. I mean, honestly, we could not have done it even close to this. You guys are so impressive and efficient, and just I mean, it really says a lot when the people provide for themselves instead of having an NGO from all over. Nobody knows, like a parachute jump on them versus the people, the community itself.
Right.
Provides for itself, knows their own people, know what they need, how it needs to be provided, how it can be dignified, how it can be really, touching the needs that they that they need, versus all those, I don't know, parachuted NGOs. So this is really impressive, Khadija.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that we can get the support to the people who need it immediately without any third party in between. That is so very important to us, and we thank you.
Hadija, one thing we should think about for the future is to put together a group of medical professionals from here to go visit Congo, to learn from each other and support each other, and just to get to know the team. Like, I would love to meet these the members of the team in Congo, and just help in any way they want us to be helpful.
Absolutely, we can arrange that. We can
Yes.
organize. Thank you so much. If Philippe is here, if you can add a thing or two.
Yes, is Philippe here?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Philippe.
I hope you can see me and hear me. This is Philippe,
Do you
one
want
of
to
the people you can see in those pictures
stop
just
sharing?
shared by Hadija.
Yeah.
It's a pleasure once more to be here in this platform where we can share what is going on here on ground in the eastern part of the Democratic Republic of Congo, where people have been killed since 3 decades, as Hadija has been saying. And we've gotten a chance, an opportunity for us to be supported this year by, since last year, by the way, by the Doctors Against Genocide grants, because the volunteers are here, people have been victims. When the rebels took control of the city of Goma last year in January, they took back all the people who were in refugee settlements to their villages. When they go there, many of them found their villages totally destroyed. They didn't have houses. The few hospitals that were there, they were supported by international NGOs like the Doctors Without Borders, who ran away also. So the hospitals were empty, destroyed. They didn't have houses, nothing. And right now, they are among most of them are suffering from sicknesses they can't even be treated against. And I myself, I lead and operate a hospital in Goma where we have a good team, and we are working together with an organization called Let's Act Together that is working with also Adija. And they said we can do something for these people. So that is how we came across with this idea of mobile clinics, where we go and see on ground the people who are suffering. People are dying in their houses because of malaria. There are people who were raped. They got pregnant. Some of them got even infected by sexually transmitted diseases, and they can't be treated. So the situation is worsening, and we had to do something. For most of them, they can't leave their villages because they have no transportation means. They can't reach the city. So if they can't go to hospitals, hospitals can go to them. That is how, with the generous support we get from Doctors Against Genocide, we managed to purchase some medications and equipments that could help us. And I organize a team of nurses and medical doctors from the hospital I lead. So we move with a team of 3 nurses, 1 medical doctor, and myself, with the volunteers from the organization to go to that place. That is how we could go there. And then we select cases, like we could come this week and treat only the children under the age of 5 who are attained by a severe malnutrition. Then another week we could come for only the people having malaria or typhoid. Then we could come back for another case. That is how this week we will be touching a case of those children attained from severe malnutrition, but we will be also having some women who have been raped, who have been victims of this, and we'll be trying to check. So what we do generally, the medical doctor will be doing the consultation to find out what is going on. Of course, we cannot move with the laboratory, so we cannot check the blood and all those things, but we treat the symptoms. We treat the symptoms, and the cases that seem to be so complicated that cannot be treated from the village, we even can organize so that the patients be taken to Goma in the hospital where we work. And we take care of the people with the support we get from the Doctors Against Genocide until they get well, and we take them back to their village. So that is how we have been working, and without you, all this could not be possible. I've just heard a great idea of visiting the team this side. It would be an honor and a pleasure to welcome you so that you see by yourself what is going on and see what the support you give is really doing on ground. It is changing lives. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think Karama and Martha should lead this. They are the experts on Congo, on medical missions.
I
Yeah.
also shared a link in the chat for everyone who wants to support our work in Congo. Please consider donating to our work in Congo and be part of this life-saving work.
As you can tell, I mean, whatever donations you give is something that does change lives, and whatever you see the team in Congo is doing is really amazing. It's very impactful and inspiring. So please, I mean, it's only made possible with your support, with your donations. So please support this campaign that Maisa shared the link for. So thank you. Okay.
Great.
I think I want to go back and hear from Dr. Yiping about his last mission to Syria. That's something new for us now. Let's hear about Syria. And thank you for being there. Thank you for always being on the front of the medical, profession and humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nadal. Yeah, I think just seeing the work of Philippe and Khadija in Congo reminds me a lot of the experience of visiting Syria and seeing like Syrian healthcare workers deliver healthcare for their own people. I had the opportunity to visit multiple clinics and hospitals with an organization called SEMA, or Syrian Expatriates Medical Association. They're one of the few organizations that basically operate healthcare that is accessible for people in Syria, like free of charge. And so the locations that I visited were primarily in northern Syria. One of the hospitals I visited offering life-saving care, like dialysis treatment for patients who have end-stage kidney disease or renal disease, who would die if they didn't receive this care. That hospital was very close to the Turkish border, Turkish-Syrian border. And I heard some stories, one story was interesting. I'll share with you was when some people like left their homes in Syria because of the war. They went to places like Turkey, and they were able to access healthcare because they were treated as refugees. And then when the war ended, the Turkish government basically kind of revoked that status for them, and they couldn't access their healthcare anymore. They couldn't access their dialysis care. So it was essential for them to move back to Syria, which many people did happily. But for some people, this was something that they had to do to kind of continue to live their lives, to continue to access dialysis care and treatment. And so yeah, just kind of like hearing many these different kinds of stories of how people have to travel very far, sometimes up to, an hour and a half by car just to access a clinic like this, which is the only one serving patients in that region in northern Syria. It just really shows how important healthcare is when states and governments fail to deliver these things to their people. There are helpers like the healthcare workers that I met who find ways to deliver healthcare despite the challenges of oppression in many of its forms, and just seeing the community do this for their people, like during the war, after the war, and now looking at capacity building by finding ways to, bring in donations and bring in mutual aid so that they can continue this essential healthcare work, which is what we're seeing in places like Congo, what we're seeing in places like Sudan, seeing in places like Palestine, and of course in Syria as well. So I see these struggles as connected, and I see our work as healthcare workers is to be in solidarity with our fellow colleagues who do this really challenging and impossible work of finding ways to deliver healthcare for their people despite like insurmountable, almost impossible challenges when we look at the lack of resources. I remember one of the hospitals I visited, like it's a very, very old X-ray machine that serves the entire hospital. And, I think I've never seen such an old X-ray machine in my own training in Canada. And so there's so much need in terms of how do we build up this capacity of healthcare for our colleagues that have to operate in such like circumstances that many of us who benefit from like colonial and imperial states by living in places like Canada and the US, it's incomprehensible to kind of navigate healthcare in these kinds of resource poor environments. And they're only resource poor because of the states that we live in. The resource poor nature is only because of colonial and imperial violence and the interests of Western states to create these, quote unquote, failed states where people have to rely on mutual aid and rely on each other. But that's the only thing that will save us all is taking care of one another through knowing that healthcare is a right for all. And by being in solidarity with our colleagues everywhere there is oppression, everywhere there is state-sanctioned violence, everywhere there is foreign violence that I remember seeing the Syrian military building that was struck by an Israeli airstrike, and that section of the building is still kind of cornered off and not repaired. And so knowing that the struggle for like liberation of all peoples is interconnected, and our solidarity needs to extend to our healthcare worker colleagues in Syria as well.
Thank you so much, Yiping. It's, I think, this is what we try to do every day with Doctors Against Genocide, is to be organized in solidarity, not to look away, to be committed to our colleagues and the patients and people who need health care everywhere within our capacity. We hope that we will grow and be able to help everyone, but we use the same principle, community-based, giving agency, giving support, and not dictate what this support looks like, not dictate what people choose to help each other. Our role is to mobilize together, to prevent harm, and to continue to protect health. That is our oath.
Hey, I just want to say thank you, Dr. Epeng, for your work in Syria as a Syrian doc. It means a lot to see that, the world still cares about it. What is very unique is Syria and every other place in the world. There are multiple borders, people can move, but Gaza is unique in that genocide because they are surrounded and they're unable to move. But regardless, it's really refreshing to see that the medical community, Dr. Nidal and Dr. Kama have managed to build here.
And you, Muhammad, Dr. Muhammad Kuzay is also.
Since you are here, I've been asked by a community in Syria. It's a whole city and surrounding area that do not have a CT scan, and we are searching to find a way to buy or get a donated CT scan from any organization that we can send to Syria. I don't necessarily know how to go. If anyone has any suggestions, if anyone has any ideas or thoughts about how to reach, there are some international organizations that focus more on the imaging equipment and CT scans and MRIs. If anyone has any connections or knowledge of this, please reach out or give us your idea. We want to kind of procure this CT scan and send it to a town that is northern Syria where they don't have this service at all. So please, anyone has any knowledge, connections, let us know and let's do it together. And I know many people have been buying these to send to Gaza, but unfortunately they have been blocked. The good thing, as Muhammad said about Syria, is at least if we can get the equipment, hopefully we can get it in. So there is no Israel there to control what we can get in or out. So please,
Nidal, where in Syria is this needed?
it's called Armanaz, Muhammad, that area, Armanaz.
Armanaz?
Yeah.
Where is that?
It's in the north of Syria.
Sounds like it's closer to the Turkish borders from the name of the
Correct.
town anyway.
Yes. So we'll have people
I
who
also
will
shared the email
reach
in the
out.
chat. So if anybody has leads willing to help us procure the X-ray, please email us.
CT scan, yes.
What did I say? I said something.
X-ray, I mean X-ray or CT
Oh, the
scan.
CT scan. Okay.
Yeah.
Great. I
Can
also
I just
see
share one other quick thought?
Yeah, sure.
Like learning about some of the efforts from other international organizations in Syria has also been interesting. Like, for example, and many people might already know this, but I'm just like learning about how like MSF, Doctors Without Borders, like operated and worked in unsanctioned locations and sometimes even like underground to provide healthcare for Syrians during the war is a very interesting contrast to how MSF and many other international organizations capitulate to Israel when they try to operate in Palestine. But once again, it's not. And I know, I think people understand this. It's not to kind of point blame directly at these organizations per se, although they are complicit by maintaining a humanitarian kind of like sector that also disenfranchises sovereign, determined indigenous, Palestinian-led healthcare in Palestine and Gaza. But for some reason, many organizations, if not all of them, and states, they capitulate to Israel as the occupying state in the context of Palestine, as if Israel is a force of nature, that Israel doesn't like can break every single rule and continues to maintain its illegal occupation, controlling what goes in and out of Gaza, including medical supplies, despite it, actually having the responsibility as an occupying state to provide for the people that it occupies. But we know that this is a farce because they continue to commit genocide. But when there are groups like MSF finding ways to provide healthcare to people, for example, in Syria, in unsanctioned ways, it's to see them capitulate in the context of Gaza by initially saying, oh, we might hand over our staff list, and then, going back on that, and then to put out, statements that are actually false to explain why they pulled out of Nasser Medical Complex, giving more legitimacy for Israel, the military force, to strike healthcare and attack healthcare in Gaza is just, like just such a blatant example of anti-Palestinian racism, of like the Palestine exception that is just so clear as day. And it's just so frustrating to see how it doesn't have to be this way, that people who choose to be in solidarity with other people that require healthcare, there are ways to deliver healthcare in unsanctioned ways because people require healthcare. There are ways to do it, and we've seen it in other contexts, but people are, for various reasons, afraid to stand up to Israel, and they treat Israel like a force of nature, which is, completely inappropriate. And we can see what happens when certain people do try to operate within their bounds, like Francesca Albanese, as the special rapporteur, try to operate within the bounds of what you can do and still be punished. And I think this is why it's just so important that we understand that Palestine is the litmus test, and Palestine is unique in its nature of why it's being attacked and suppressed, and why you are being attacked and repressed, and that is why I think it's, for me, it's the moral compass of how we fight genocide, but it's also how we can think about delivering healthcare in a decolonized way moving forward.
Can I say something? Yeah. The main thing is this, doctors and health workers and so on, a lot of us come from a very apolitical or non-political background. Okay, we see healthcare as neutral. Neutral means we stay out of politics. But in the case of Palestine, we cannot stay out of the politics because the politics descend on us. Healthcare is actually weaponized, right? It's weaponized because it's a structure for survival. And in conducting a genocide, you got to destroy the healthcare of the people so that it cannot survive, not only physically, but also emotionally and aspirationally. So that is a different challenge. So I see MSF, Save the Children, and so on and so forth as very good humanitarian organizations. So they look after people, they do charity, they do medical work. But within that structure, they will not move forward to say that, it's like that. When I'm a surgeon, I'm going to tell you, when I stitch up a wound, everybody say, wow, what a wonderful humanitarian doctor. But when I stand up on the platform and say, stop the massacre, stop exporting weapons, okay, and I advocate for the hunger striker, then I'm political, right? And I'm not neutral, okay? And you see, but actually, health is never neutral. We are neutral as health workers in the sense that we treat everybody independent of their political background, so we're entirely neutral and blind. But in the system of colonialism, healthcare is completely political. Either you're with the colonialists or you're against it. But unfortunately, that concept has never reached us when we are medical students. And if we do not see that clearly, that's what happens.
Can you say that again, please, Dr. Suang, about the medical neutrality?
Medical neutrality applies in our medical practice, patient to patient. I will treat an Israeli who is committing the genocide the same as I would treat a Palestinian who is wounded by the genocide in terms of giving my medical care, because that's part of my Hippocratic oath. But healthcare itself, in a structured way, in a society, it's not neutral, okay? The rich gets better health care, the lack of wealth results in a lack of health. So these are entirely political. So healthcare is tied up with a colonial structure. And unless we understand it, we'll be trapped in this again and again and again. And then what is humanitarianism? There's nothing wrong with it. But humanitarianism cannot just end there. You see, when I ask, who sent the bullets? Who gave Palestine away? What should we do? Boycott? We will stop the bombs. We stand up and advocate for people who are unjustly detained. We are called political. But that's not political. It's they who are political, not us. So unless you can see it that way, you see, we inherently have got a built-in structure. We don't want to do politics. We are only doctors. But every doctor has to be entirely political. I'm sick and fed up of stitching up wounds, you know, for all the 3 years of seeing people, all the shredded bodies brought to me. I just want to stop. We want to practice like what you always say, preventive medicine. Preventive medicine is political, completely political. And unless we are prepared to go that step, we lose it.
So yes, thank you for this clarification, Dr. Suyang. So medical neutrality means we are obligated by our oath and our humanity to treat everyone, regardless of who they are. That is the medical neutrality, but it never means that we should stay silent in the face of these atrocities or on the face of the crimes that are causing harm to people and to our patients and to humans. That's actually complicity. So I know there is a lot of misuse and abuse of this term and selective use of the medical neutrality. So it's good to every now and then remind everyone what it means. Medical neutrality, as you said, we are obligated to treat everyone, even if they are criminals, even if they are committing genocides, if they come to us as a patient, and we will treat them to the best of our ability, to the best of our knowledge, like everyone else. This is medical neutrality. Medical obligation and more obligation, professional obligation of medicine is also to speak up against these crimes, against these injustices to life, to humanity. This is not part of medical neutrality. It's just it's good to clarify this. Thank you, Dr. Rahman. Dr. Habib, you want to say something?
Yes, I'll be brief. I'd say firstly, completely concur with what Dr. Suyang said. We have to, I wouldn't even say it's a stigma, but the idea that a doctor is acting politically has this kind of weird anarchic quality to it. And I don't think it would be a difficult job for us to get rid of that. We should just wear it on our sleeve and say, yeah, I am acting politically. I am taking a political stance because this is my ethical obligation as a doctor. It's not just about doing the angioplasty or just doing the operation or just treating the patient who's in the clinic room. I don't think that would be a difficult task for us, but it is a necessary one. The second point that I will make, I'm not making excuses for MSF. I'm simply saying that we should be realistic about the structure of humanitarian NGOs. If they were as effective as they would like to be, they would not be allowed to exist.
We all have to pay a price.
Again, can you say it again, Dr. Habib? If they were allowed to do what you said?
Well, if humanitarian NGOs often have very lofty aims, but if they were able to actually achieve them, they wouldn't be allowed to exist.
Exactly. So actually fixing the problem, the root causes of these injustices will empower these communities not to need aid anymore. So many of these NGOs actually, kind of make these communities more aid dependent while not fighting the root causes that keep these communities dependent and reliant on aid for life. So instead of them going against the root causes of this problem, whether it's occupation, whether it's apartheid, whether it's genocide, whether it's exploitation of that community, so the community can can be healed and helped and become providing for itself, they will not need them. And honestly, we noticed this in Gaza, especially in the first few months of the genocide. Many organizations made so much money. And when we told them it's not about the aid, we need to stop the genocide. For them, that was kind of like we are against them because, I mean, what is happening is making a lot of revenue for them, and they would rather continue would rather see the genocide continue so they can make more money rather than come with us to DC or wherever they are or London and fight to stop the genocide because that does not make money for them. And whether we like it or not, unfortunately, many of these international NGOs is making a business out of this, that aid dependent and keeping these communities at their mercy and at their service. It's better business for them rather than going after the root causes and to provide real help and real permanent solution to these societies. Jonathan, you want to say anything?
Yeah, if I may, I just wanted to follow up on Habib's excellent point about wearing our politics on our sleeve, as he put it. You know, I think we've got a real job to those of us who understand how political medicine and health is. You know, it takes me back to when I was a medical student in South Africa, and I looked at the different figures for tuberculosis amongst the black and white populations. There was 500 cases a year amongst the white population and 50,000 cases amongst the black population. And of course, that was due to poverty and malnutrition from apartheid in South Africa. But I think, you know, the new generation of doctors coming through medical school and so on, we should be actively pushing the framing that our responsibilities as doctors, as healthcare workers generally, is to treat the patient in front of us, but also to speak out against the things that make our patients sick outside the walls of the clinic. Nutrition, you know, poverty, lack of housing. You know, these are global north problems. And in global south problems, they're overwhelming poverty, colonialism, and in Palestine, ultimately to genocide. And if doctors, you know, cannot speak out against these things, I think we are not fulfilling our role and our responsibility. So I think it would be great if we all took on this mantle. And I know the work that we do with Global Health PDS is to keep saying that in the campaigns to exclude Israel from all of the international health organizations. The charge that we make is that these institutions failed to speak out against the genocide. They failed to condemn what's happening in Palestine, even though, of course, that many of them are participating actively in the genocide as Zionists in the Zionist project. Thanks.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, so I think Asil has joined us. Before I introduce Asil, I just want to say a few words. I mean, this conversation is really, it's a really important one around, you know, where does the health care community stand when it comes to mass harm that is inflicted on people. And I want to say a few things about Iran and how I am personally affected by it. And this is just my personal reflection as I see the footage of the 40th day celebrations and the mourning, and I see those mothers mourning their children and sisters mourning their brothers and sisters and family members, and it's just this immense grief that is it just hits home for me because it reflects something wrong with our humanity and how we allow things like this to happen. And of course, a very oppressive regime that is allowed to do this to innocent civilians. I also think about how I worry about like how the US and Israel is preying on this grief and politicizing this grief and almost weaponizing this grief to justify an imminent threat on the people of Iran. So I'm grieving with the people of Iran and I stand with the people of Iran, but I'm also really scared for the future of the people of Iran because I know we know what happened with Iraq, we know what happened with Syria, we know what happened when the US wants to intervene under the pretense of freedom or bringing progress, and I'm just struggling with all of this. But I wanted to say a few words to share how immensely moved I am and hurt to see all these women and men and people just losing so many loved ones, and this meaningless loss of human life. So I just wanted to share a few words about this. And I also wanted to welcome Azul, who I met yesterday at the iftar. And I'm really thankful for you, Asil, because I know you have a beautiful young boy, and he keeps you busy, Tayyam, and you're working around his schedule. So I appreciate you joining us. Asil is a physician who graduated from Jordan. She is currently doing her PhD in McGill in Montreal in mental health and psychological support. And she's also one of the ladies we were speaking about. What can we do to support mental health in Gaza? So she had a few ideas that she'd want to share with us. So thank you so much, Asil.
Thank you so much. And I'm sorry again not being able to join from the beginning, but yeah, I was busy with time. So I think that one of the power that we still have in our hands, that we can always share tools and share opportunities and develop it together, even when we are far away from each other. So my thoughts were around working with medical students or primary doctors in Gaza to develop some psychosocial support programs with the expertise that we have. So we bring tools and then we adapt it according to what they think it's suitable right now and what can be done. There are some general programs that are psychological first aid, or some more program that would need more work with the parents, where we can discuss together play therapy principles. But then we will need more resources, like creating a playroom where parents can use it, and we will be training parents on some principle, and then giving them the tools that they work with their kids. Or caregivers. I know many kids have already lost their parents. The other thing we can do is there is a certain platform that it's called ECO, where we can meet with doctors from Gaza, and we can focus on certain mental health topic or other medical topic. And it's mostly about discussing cases, while there are different doctors or medical professionals who have other tools that are not currently in Gaza, and then they can help doctors there to see what is suitable for certain cases, like having case discussion through a certain platform to provide the best medical care possible. And the last thing, supporting medical students and anything they'd like to do, like regarding licensing exam. If any students are thinking of licensing exam, because I have went through this, I did my licensing exam for UK, and right now I'm doing it for Canada. So if any students needs resources around these topics, I can share details about all resources needed and stuff like this and more. I'm really happy to hear more from you. How can we work together, and how can I help?
Thank you so much, Asil. I think, just bringing up this conversation and identifying partners that can work together is the start of something. We do know Dr. Yasser Abu Jami, we know Gaza mental health, we know Palestinian mental health organizations that are on the ground. And I think having them join this conversation and give us guidance on how to help them is paramount. You being young physicians who are from Palestine and from Gaza is a very powerful thing. We're very proud of you. You're doing this work, and we want to support it. So I think we have many psychiatrists who are excellent in Doctors Against Genocide. We do have the connections with Gaza, and we have the connection with the West Bank. I think we have connections in everywhere we work. So having like focus groups or work groups together is can bring hopefully relief and help to people who need it. I also think that it's very clear that the reason why this conversation is happening now is, even though this ceasefire is a sham and it's broken every single day, at least there is like some resurrection of the spirit. Yani we can at least breathe without seeing the rivers of blood every day. And now it's the time where people will face the horrors that they have seen and they continue to see. The first thing in healing from any trauma is to remove the trauma. And unfortunately, the trauma has not been removed. The hospitals are not working. The bombing is still happening in Gaza. And even though there is food, the quality of food is not good. The medications are not there. So we are dealing with continuous, endless trauma and injustice. And the genius question is, how can we help mental health within these constraints? And knowing that, it's not normal. It's not like, everything is fine now and let's heal. It's healing during ongoing trauma. So for me, at least, I know that, as a Palestinian and as somebody who has family there, for me, being in, knowing you all and being on this platform with all of you and meeting new people like Siwar, like Asil, and working together on making things better is very healing. And I think we heard it from our colleagues in Gaza that when they come and they see us firmly in their corner every single moment, every single minute, every single day, they feel that they are supported and not forgotten. And I hope this offers a little bit of a reprieve or a little bit of a relief. So this is a long answer to your question, which is, let's organize and find best ways to work together with them.
That's wonderful. And thank you so much for this opportunity. Yeah.
يا أهلا فيكي.
Thank you, Asil. شرفنا. نوري. أهلا وسهلا فيكي في Canada. And for those who think DAG is just a group of people who shout in the streets and the protests like Nidal and Karama, they forget that we have also deep souls, deep thinkers, brains behind us, like John and Martha. What are you talking about in the chat, John and Martha? That's the soul of DAG. Please read it aloud and tell us exactly. Connect all these dots and tell them that DAG is not just a shouting match. We have yeah, go ahead. We have a deep moral basis for our work.
No, I was just very struck by the conversation around, the medical neutrality and the clarification on what that really means, but the necessity of the political and the duty of the political, really, and that it is political. So I was remembering, I used to be at the Catholic Worker in New York, and in the 80s, and Dom Helder Camara came to speak, and he was a bishop in Brazil, and
What's his
I
name
just
again?
remember
What's his name
Dom
again?
Helder Camara. He was a
Okay.
bishop at that time in Brazil. He's no longer alive. And the Catholic Worker is a movement started by Dorothy Day. But I remember, and as John mentioned, that Dorothy used to quote Dom Helder Camara, and I can't remember exactly the quote, but he used to say that, when I give bread to the hungry, they say, "Wow, what a great bishop!" But when I ask why are they hungry, then they call me a communist. And so, the importance of confronting structure, and that we live in this political structure which is so unjust. And while we have the medical neutrality, we also are in the midst of this apartheid, and as medical and colonialism and imperialism, and as medical providers, we have to stand up to that.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. That's so profound and so grounding for all our work. Yes, thank you. John?
Yeah, let me just add to that uh, peace is the fruit of justice and love. The problem in American culture, at least, is love is a mushy thing with lots of different meanings. Usually has to do with romance and stuff, but love is really an incredibly fierce thing when done properly. People don't become martyrs because they're nice and romantic. They become martyrs because they stand up to the powers that be. And it's one of the things I love about Doctors Against Genocide is you're based on love and not just revenge or justice without love. Justice without love just creates more trauma. But justice with love is self-sacrificial and I think much more powerful and will gain us the world that we want. Not becoming your enemy is the most important way to stay free.
Absolutely. My God, so important. And I always think of that we should never become them. We should never be the oppressors because of revenge or because of anger. We should always keep our humanity and look at each other and hold each other accountable and responsible for the well-being of everyone. Never again should not be never again for just one people. Never again should be never again for everyone. And that is what's, bewildering to me. How never again can we weaponize like this.
Yeah, actually, this was also contrasted in the last interview between Tucker Carlson and Huckabee, where Tucker Carlson is coming out of love, the true love for humanity, even if you're taking this out from a religious context or humanitarian context, versus Huckabee is for him applying the you know the religious book is more important for him than love or than humanity. Whatever the scripture says is literal. It sidelines how applying this on the scale that we have here in the Middle East can impact so many millions of lives. And although they say love, I mean, Jesus is love or Christian Zionism is love, he did not feel it in that context. Anyone has any more to say about this?
Nidal, I maybe this is a story worth sharing. Remember when we were in Jerusalem and we met the archaeologist?
Yes.
And she was a Christian Zionist, and she was living in Bethlehem with Palestinians. Her husband was the coach for the Palestinian basketball youth team. And so we met her and we were talking to her, and it was a nice conversation. My husband is training these young Palestinian kids how to be basketball players. And I am an archaeologist. So we started asking her, what kind of archaeology do you do? And she said, I look for artifacts that prove that there was a Jewish kingdom in Nablus. And once I found an artifact that is suspected of being that, the land becomes state land and it becomes off limit to the Palestinian people.
So on one hand, they are pretending that they want to help the Palestinian youth. On the other hand, her real mission there is try to find excuses from archaeology for ethnic cleansing of those same young people that she's claiming to help.
Yes, and then the other part of this is that we questioned her. I'm like, you live with the Palestinians, you teach their kids, and you look for flimsy artifacts to prove to the state of Israel that they have right to the land that these kids are on, and yet you eat with them and you pretend as if you're kind to them. And she said, it's in the Bible. It's like what my God tells me. And it was during Gaza, during the genocide. So we pushed back. Does your God tell the Israelis to kill the children in Gaza?
Mm.
And she said, God has his own ways.
Yeah. And unfortunately, yeah.
Do not question God.
Yeah.
And we said to her, we do actually question this God that you're talking about, because we have never heard of a God that calls for killing of children. It was a very intense discussion. And there was no sympathy, there was no empathy, there was no love. There was just this dogmatic belief that there is a story that involves killing children that is completely justified by a book that she believes in, and there is no love, nothing, not even, the natural instinct of a human to protect children, that you're actually teaching them how to be basketball players. They're the same children. So it's really, and I saw the same same delusion with Huckabee when he was speaking. I'm like, wow, you call yourself a Christian
Mm.
and you call yourself, you're a lover of Jesus, and what is this? How can you justify killing, literally,
So her
and
mission,
theft?
yeah. Yeah.
Anyone who hasn't seen that interview, it's worth watching. I mean, Tucker Carlson is far from a saint, and he had a lot of things wrong in what he said. But you could see a guy who once was on Huckabee's side change, and love was the catalyst. If you listen to things he said, how when it comes to killing children, how can you kill children under any circumstances? Huckabee says, well, that's just war. They have to die because they were part of Hamas. It was a beautiful exchange of a conversion, is what I was seeing. Partial
It's
conversion.
it's beyond this, that the children are part of Hamas. It's almost as if, this God that they believe in tells them it's okay to kill children to get the land that they live on. It's a perfectly fine justification.
Yeah. So she is on a life mission there to selectively look for Jewish artifacts, not any other artifacts. If she finds a Muslim artifact, she will discard it or something. That's not the point. To justify this, because that is where she is aiding or adding religious excuse for the ethnic cleansing. For them, the literal execution of God's plan, whatever they claim to be God's plan, is more important than everything else. Even if that, actually, we told them, not just the children, even if that comes at the expense of ethnic cleansing or mass murder or genocide of a whole people. And for her, she said, actually, literally said, like Huckabee said, it is worth the price to fulfill God's plan, even if that cost will be the death of tens of millions of people. She literally said, yes, it is worth it. God has his own reasons, his own wisdom, and that is more important than the implications of it. People will die no matter what. And if that will fulfill God's plan, it is acceptable for her. The same mindset that Huckabee, who's supposed to be the ambassador of the United States in Israel, is saying. I mean, it seems he's the Israeli ambassador to the United States. I mean, he's working on behalf of Israel than the United States, and even not even Israel. I mean, he's pushing things that Israel itself does not dare to say publicly. He's saying it publicly. Even the extremist, Netanyahu or any leader in Israel did not dare to say it publicly yet, that they want from the Nile to Euphrates. Our ambassador is going there and say it publicly. It's just, I mean, very, very enraging. Now, John, you're always cooking something in DC. You're always doing something with ICE and all the things that are happening in DC. So please connect all these dots together. What's happening in DC, our work, what's happening around the world, what's happening with the how we can push back against a war against Iran, against yet another, mass slaughter campaign. Is there anything that we can help? Anything that we can support?
Well, the glue that holds all this awfulness in place is the opposite of love, and that's violence. The willingness to hurt and damage other human beings and the life support systems for them. So that's what links the bombing of the 8 countries that the United States and Israel has done in the last year. It's what links the paramilitaries on the streets of Minnesota and LA and Chicago. This belief that we're all separate from each other and that it's a zero-sum game and we have to get the other guy before they get us. That's the opposite of love. And our mission to show love wherever we are, even a fierce love, even if it means yelling at people from time to time, as Jesus did, as Muhammad did on occasion, is just something we have to keep doing. But the single most important thing in my mind is all this makes money for people and is funded. And Trump now wants to take the military budget from $1 trillion to $1.5 trillion. And if he does that, we will have violence forever. Because if you get rid of the money, there won't be the wars. And if you ever have a choice of what thing to work on, it's always defunding ICE, defunding military. And it doesn't mean you have to give up on defense if you still think violent defense is necessary, because 90% of the money is used for projecting power and attacking other people. It's not used for defense. If you want a good, strong military defense, look at Switzerland. They spend 0.7% of their budget, or their GNP, on the military, and they're practically impregnable. Everybody's armed, but they never threaten anybody, so nobody ever attacks them. Costa Rica hasn't been invaded since 1949, despite having no army at all. So there's lots of ways to do things, but it comes down to the money. ICE is in the streets only because Congress, without any debate, gave them 160 billion or whatever. And that buys jobs, it buys prisons built, it buys all the office space they're renting in my neighborhood. And going at the money is, I think, what we need to do with Congress more than any other single thing.
So the billionaire class is exploiting all of us for their own gain and sake. Yeah.
Right. And once the money's there, it's not the billionaire class. I'm sure we all have relatives. You know, my son-in-law just took a job with a company that came out of nowhere to work on weapons, not on weapons, but on superiority in space, how to outmaneuver the other guy's satellites. And the only reason they exist, it's all bright, genius computer people figuring this out. And the only reason they exist is because we threw $1 trillion into the military, and this is a little piece of it. That same bunch of people, if we told them we had to solve the fossil fuel crisis, would happily work on that. So it's all political decision made in these halls just a few miles from my house that makes me want to go there every week and scream at people to do the right thing.
Another example of this is the basketball player, KD Durant. He's one of my favorite players. He used to be my favorite player until we found out, I think the last week or two, that he is investing heavily in drone factories in Israel. I mean, what a shame. Kevin Durant, if anyone into sports. We have
And
Dr. Ashraf.
Seth Curry too.
Seth Curry too. Yeah. What a shame.
Habib has his hand up.
Yeah.
Nidal,
But before Habib, Ashraf, Dr. Ashraf, are you with us? I want to know where are you, Dr. Ashraf Abul Aziz? Because I think
Yes.
Ashraf, actually,
Yes.
we might find a roommate for you if you are on your way to Gaza. Dr. Habib is there. Go ahead. Where are you now?
I'm Amman.
Oh, you're in
Amman,
Amman.
Jordan. Yeah.
Okay, tell us
Yes.
what's happening with your trip.
Alhamdulillah, I just arrived like a few hours ago, and I'm at the Bristol Hotel. Tomorrow I'm going to be free because they canceled. They were supposed to give us lecture about all the security and stuff, but it seems like they are very busy. So they are going to give us a virtual presentation that was done for the previous mission. And we practically, we know a lot of what to expect when we go through the border. So Tuesday morning, we will be taking the buses to the King Hussein Bridge, going to the West Bank, and they are expecting like very long hours of wait and going through the Israeli and Jordanian and Palestinian checks. And then there is going to be, they're going to transfer us to the WHO United Nations convoy towards Gaza, and over there at the border, they still can refuse your entry. I mean, it's not a guaranteed thing. Some of the doctors who went there, they just checked their social media, found something on their social media, and just send them back. So I'm sorry, I did have to erase all the Doctors Against Genocide from my phone.
I hope they will not take this video against you. But anyway, alhamdulillah ala salami. I hope they will let you in.
Dr. Ashraf is the most peaceful, the most non-political human we know.
Yes,
Thank you, Karama. Thank you.
حبيبنا أشرف الله
I
يخليك.
mean, I
Thank
don't know
you.
if this is a compliment. This is a compliment, or it's the other way around.
We wanna give you build up your resume too, so they can allow you in. It's not
It's a
time.
recommendation.
It's not the time
Thank
to
you.
say. It's not the time to say what you did at the Egyptian
The
embassy.
recommendation letter.
Okay. There have been some. I came late to the Zoom meeting, so I heard some very deep discussions earlier from Dr. David and from Martha. So yeah, I mean, right now my focus is to go and help as much as I can. This is my focus. This is my goal, is to go and help the people over there. They need the help, all kind of help. I mean, from all aspects, and this is one of the aspects which I think I'm good at. This is my profession, and I think I can help, I can teach, and I definitely will learn from the doctors over there as well. So I'm looking forward to go over there, inshallah, and get the chance to meet Dr. Al-Farra. This is one of my goals from this trip as well, and to meet everybody over there and see firsthand, and then I'll let you know. I'll let you guys know.
Thank you. Wallah, we're proud of you.
You're
Very
welcome.
inspiring.
Thank you.
And actually, we have the doctor here who might be the best one of us to give you insight of this journey ahead of you. It's Dr. Rahman. He's already in Gaza. He's already with Dr. Al-Farra. He's been there for about 5 weeks. So maybe he can give you some insight on what to expect in a few days. And also, he had a question, or he had a comment to share earlier. So Dr. Habib, Dr. Ashraf is coming, and please make a small room for him, or small space for him in that room that you shared with Muhammad. So you're going to be taking Muhammad's place, basically. Tfaddal.
Yeah, well, Dr. Ashraf, yeah, inshallah, there won't be any complication. Sadly, it's not necessarily down to anything specific, and I've heard of the Israelis declining entry almost at random, with very little cause. So it may not necessarily be to do with your inactivity and perhaps not being as careful as you'd have liked. Anyway, inshallah, it will all go well.
Inshallah. I'm optimistic.
Yes, let's be. The alternative is far worse. So, Dr. John, I wanted to ask something, please. It's quite alarming to hear about such a dramatic rise in the defense budget. What are the best ways to deal with that? I mean, what about tax refusal? What are the different methods by which the American people can protest against their money being funneled for murder?
I don't know if John is here. I think he needed to leave.
Oh, that's a shame. I mean, I don't know if anyone else has any thoughts on that, because effectively, there's no reason why this couldn't be done in basically any country, because if people just refuse to pay their taxes and they get thrown in jail. So is there a history of that method working?
I personally am not aware of anything like that.
There are orgs in the US like Taxpayers Against Genocide. There are people working on it. Are we where we should be as far as like unified taxpayers? Removing that as a mechanism to fund genocide globally? We are not there yet. We'll keep we'll keep at it. Last webinar it was like donate to DAG because that's tax deductible, and then less of your income is counted towards what you need to pay taxes on. So that's one circumferential mechanism.
Say it again. That's a very interesting mechanism for us. Can you say it again, please?
What? No, I said it last week too, because DAG is a 501c3 versus a C4. Donations to DAG are tax deductible. So if you make X amount of money in a year, what you donate to DAG takes off of your total taxable income for the year.
So if you give all your money to DAG, you deprive them of all that money.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, that is how that works. Yes.
That's our
If you
solution.
are a UK citizen.
So this way we would be funding humanity and defunding the war machine and the war profits. And of course, not necessarily DAG, any nonprofit with, humanitarian and, all these causes that are good are that they intend to do good for humanity versus the ones that are evil and planning to do evil. So please, yes, donate to DAG, especially in Ramadan. The needs are huge. We are trying to help and support families.
And people
Ramadan.
know they're getting a lot of bang for their buck in donating to DAG because we don't have a big board like big NGOs or anything like that. It's all volunteers just coming together to do the work, to supporting the people on ground of the communities, taking care of themselves and each other, right? So it's not like we have to pay CEOs with your donations.
Yeah.
So yes, at DAG, we do not have any employees. We're all volunteering here. So there is no administrative cost at all, zero, whatever you donate, especially in Ramadan. The needs are huge. We are trying to help. Oh, Karama is listening from the YouTube.
I was going to say that's Karama's YouTube again.
It happened to me. Now I know it.
Have a big board, like big NGOs or anything like
Karama.
that. Karama, I don't want to have to listen to myself. Oh my God.
Me too. Me either. So please donate to DAG and any other causes. Your money goes to the mission that you need. The people on the ground in Gaza, in Sudan, in Congo, the needs are huge. But the good thing about it is there is no administrative cost. We don't have employees. We're all here with all our friends trying our best to keep this moving without having to hire people. Maybe at one point we will, but so far we managed so far to do all of this on a voluntary basis, no administrative cost. The other thing, as Habib said, I think that Taxpayers Against Genocide tried a couple of times in the court to challenge the taxpayer system, stuff like that. Unfortunately, it did not work. They are trying again to come with different things. The problem is the profiteers of this system, they know how to protect themselves by law. So as well as slavery was legal at one point, now, especially in the United States, committing genocide is legal. I mean, in a way, I mean they can hide it, but they are able to keep sending this money and put it under the disguise that this is legal, this is something that our government can do. And unfortunately, while most of the Americans are against this, they are not mobilizing enough to make their elected officials aware that they're really about it. They're really against it. All the polls say that majority of Americans, 70, 80% are against the genocide, against war machines, against sending aid for military, expenses. But it does not reflect in their actions. So we really need that's part of what we do, which is to educate people, to mobilize people, especially the medical community. If we are not able to mobilize enough people from the medical community, imagine how the general public will be, even less encouraged to do so. So we need to keep speaking to people, mobilize people. Once the politician hear that there is a significant part of their constituency is against this, they will start listening. And I think we did make a difference. I mean, once we see now APAC supported politicians are losing elections, politicians who are calling it genocide are winning elections. So it seems everyone is trying to feel the heat, whether they are Democrats or Republicans. We are moving the needle, but it's slowly. We need to keep pushing. We need to keep pushing until it becomes the new law of the land. That if you support these crimes, if you support more weapons, taking money from our basic services here, taking money from our people, from our children here to fund genocide. That's not acceptable. You will lose elections. So again, we are focusing more on the medical community. There are other groups are focusing on different sectors of society, more activist group, more political groups, more taxpayer groups. With all our collective work, we are making a slow progress, but unfortunately, it's not enough yet. This year, there is a midterm election in the United States, and this is something we can really leverage very strong. That we need to make sure that every politician, if you are still on the wrong side of this, if you do not give us written if you do not give us written promises that you will vote against these weapon transfers, and that you will boycott sending arms to Israel or anywhere that is using it against international law and against humanity. And we need guarantees. We need written guarantees, not just superficial promises that they can change once they are in office. And we actually, for the first time in history, I know Gaza paid the ultimate price, but for the first time in history of the United States, you hear politicians saying publicly, I will not accept APAC money. This used to be like anyone who said that a year or two ago, that was a political death sentence for them forever. But now more and more politicians are saying it publicly, and they are not afraid, and some of them are winning. So we cannot be discouraged. We cannot, succumb to despair. Uh, the ones who are benefiting from this are strong. They are very well funded. They are very organized. They have been doing this for decades and centuries. Uh, our movement, all of us, the pro-justice, the pro-humanity movement, in a way, is a recent movement. But despite all of this, we are making a huge progress with very minimum and little resources. We just need to keep going and not get discouraged. And every small win counts until we reach the critical mass where we change things once and for the good of humanity, not against anyone. Because I think the path that our institutions, governments, is going through is detrimental to our planet, to our humanity, and even to them, those billionaires who think they are making tons of money. At one point, it will hurt them, but they know that they will be the last to be affected, so they don't care. They are just so selfish to that point. So, yeah, thank you. And we have our friend Faisal. Faisal is here from Palestine Museum, US, and then now Palestine Museum, Ireland and Scotland. And tell us, what's the updates, Faisal? Latest updates with your work. You are muted, Faisal.
Yeah. This works better probably when you're not muted.
Perfect.
It's snowing behind me, by the way. Anyway, on Wednesday, the 25th of February, the Venice Biennale will publish a list of participants in this year's Venice Biennale, and our name will be among the participants with a project. I've talked about it before, that showcases 100 pieces of embroidery stitched by Palestinian women in refugee camps and villages in Lebanon, Jordan, and the West Bank. And those 100 pieces each will show a scene from the genocide in Gaza, including all the famous scenes that people have come to know about, like Dr. Abu Safiya walk into the tank, like Roh al-Roh, like the 50 men stripped to their waist sitting in front of the Israeli tank. All those things are going to be featured along with the total of 100 pieces. And the Venice Biennale had accepted that as a project, and it will be shown from May 9th until November 22nd. So this is a very big thing that's going to happen on Wednesday. Once that's announced, then we will be publicizing that and sharing with you and asking you to collaborate with posting on social media and things like that. And Nidal, you said you want to be a sponsor for one of those pieces, right?
Yes, inshallah.
Inshallah. Okay.
Inshallah.
Sponsorship is available, by the way.
So far, DAG has always been able to keep their promise, and inshallah, with the support of our people, we will continue to do that.
Yeah.
Also, we want to remind our people, please, the needs are huge. We are sending aid. We're making meals for the families that they need food. We're sending food baskets for Ramadan. We're supporting medical points, clinics, medications, medical supplies, wound care. We are supplying surgeries now. If you want to sponsor a surgery for a patient who's on the waiting list, has been on the waiting list in Gaza for more than 2 years, waiting on medical evacuations that are not happening to any significant degree, we can now fund their surgery to be done in one of those small private hospitals in Gaza. Instead of having them waiting for $1,500, you can sponsor a surgery. And with this project is going to start this coming Wednesday. So please, $1,500, you can help a patient do their surgery so they don't need to continue waiting for months and months to be evacuated. If we can help them in Gaza and respect their dignity and keep them among their families and provide the care for them, even if we help 5, 10, 20, 30 patients, it is something that is very meaningful for them and from the medical point of view and even from the societal point of view. And we don't want them to continue to be at the mercy of the waiting lists of evacuation. The medical points, they have to provide medications, they have to provide care. We have multiple medical points in Gaza, 2 in Jabalia, 1 in Gaza, 1 in the south. We are supporting our colleagues in Gaza, the medical students, the volunteer doctors, the volunteer nurses. We are supporting the paramedics. So all of this costs money. So please, without your help, none of this will be possible. We are supporting our colleagues in Congo, and you saw the presentation earlier. We are finally starting the sanitation point in Sudan after much delay, mostly because of technical reasons. We could not have the right logistics to transfer money, but alhamdulillah, finally that worked out. So we're gonna be starting this in the next week or so. Don't forget us. Every penny you pay today is tax deductible. It's money taken away from the war, machine that builds more weapons to kill more people. Let's use your money, your tax money, your hard-earned money for good causes, for humanity, to help the people who need help, rather than give it to the government to send more weapons and more, airplanes and more jets and start new wars. That's another point too. Let's deprive their budgets from the ability to start new, offensive, uncalled for wars.
Okay, Nidal, I forgot to mention that on March 1st at the museum in Connecticut, we have an event planned to redemand the release of Dr. Abu Safia in a big way, and also to celebrate his nomination for the Peace Prize.
Yeah, that's great. For Dr. Abu Safia?
Yes, and Karame, Dr. Karame will be one of the speakers at that event at the museum. So,
perfect.
Hopefully, your followers in Connecticut will attend, and we're gonna try to carry it live on Zoom also. So we'll share links for it. It's going to be at 3 p.m. In the afternoon on March 1st.
That's great. Thank you for all this inspiring work, Faisal. Thank you for keep pushing with us again.
Yeah.
United we win, divided we fail.
Yeah. One more thing. We're trying to set up a branch of the museum in Gaza. We have some people looking for space there. Some of it is really expensive, out of sight, but we're trying to find just a place where we could put our name on it there. It'd be the Palestine Museum, Gaza. And hopefully we should be able to find something in the next couple of months. That'd be a huge thing, really.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you, Faisal. Yes, that will be amazing, and we are happy to support that too. We cannot wait for that day where we have Palestine Museum in Gaza and DAG headquarters in Gaza and all these things, inshallah. And again, as we always say, united we win, divided we fail.
Yeah.
And we need at least to learn from, not learn, because the other side, the one that's very well funded, are very united. If you notice from the Epstein files, they're all together. Muslims, Emiratis, Saudis, Israelis, Zionists, American Christians, Buddhists, they're all together. For them, they don't care as long as it serves their mission, which is to be predators and criminals against humanity.
They're all gonna fall together too.
Yes, they will fall together, but when we unite, we need to unite.
Yeah.
Christians, Jews, Muslims, Buddhists, atheists, Hindus, all people who care about humanity, all people of conscience, all people who care about the goodness of this world, we need to unite despite our differences, despite our colors, our ethnicities, our religions. That is the only chance we have to win. And it is very winnable, very guaranteed if we do unite and mobilize together. And we are going there, we are getting there. We just need to keep pushing harder. So please educate everyone around you, mobilize them, get them on board. Please donate. If you cannot donate, or if you can donate only so much, ask your friends who are more wealthy and have more money. Tell them about the benefit of tax deductions. This way, you are not just lowering your taxes, you are also using your tax, your hard-earned money, for better cause rather than to be used by the government in causes you don't approve of, because we know that the majority of people on this planet are against wars, against genocides, against injustice, and since we are here in the United States and Canada and the West, the majority of the Western populations are against this too, whether they're Christians, whether they're Jews, whether they're Muslims or atheists. So let's make this feeling that you are against all these things and translate it into practical terms by donations. We need your help. We need your support, especially for this month. Thank you. We have our colleague Alvis Kotato. Alvis, are you there? Alvis? Alvis, are you there? And
So,
okay,
yes.
go ahead, Alvis.
Thank you very, very much. I'm really sorry. I've been working away from the city, so I have to travel a lot and always face connection problems and traveling.
Tell us where are you, Alvis, now?
I'm in Goma right now. I just arrived. I'm in
Congo.
the
Wow.
Congo, yeah.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, I'm in Goma. And thanks once again to everyone. My greetings to all of you on the panel. And as always, it is an honor to be part of DAG and be the voice of the Congolese people who have been oppressed for some time now, for many, many years, 3 decades of genocide and atrocities around the region where we are at the moment. In terms of the update, I have to be very, very honest with Doug. Without you, we could not do anything for the last 2 weeks. We had 5 serious surgeries. We needed money, and if we didn't have the support received from you, from the donors here, we could not go. We could not even support one individual, and we are very much grateful for the support. As you know, the support that we receive focuses mainly on supporting the young girls who are victims of sexual assault, who have been raped and as a result, become mothers. So they are young mothers. The support that we are focusing on giving them food, weekly supplies, and also give them a health care when it's needed. But the last 2 weeks, we had 2 cases that needed specialists, doctors, surgeon to operate on. And the very first one was the case of the baby, baby Miracle, who was born with a mass on the head. It took us about exactly 2 months to get to the point where the doctors can perform the surgery. The baby was born on the 17th of December, and the bill that was given to the family to get the surgery done, the initial bill, was $1,500. The family is a displaced family. It is a family where the husband was kidnapped. So the father of the child is nowhere to be seen. We hope he's still alive. And we were told by the hospital to come and help if we can, to use our social media, our network, to see if we can raise a bit of money so that we can help the family. We managed to raise the money, also with the support of Doug and other friends. We managed to get the money, but we had to support the family, the baby to get the right weight, and also the mother to be in a good position where they can perform the surgery. The surgery was performed on the 17th of this month. It went very, very well, and we are grateful. The family is grateful to every single person who has been there supporting them, praying for them, and donating to get the surgery done. And one thing that I wanted to share with you right now, for the very first time, the whole team that performed the surgery are Congolese, and Congolese from the region. We didn't have anyone from outside. So we are very, very proud to see our own team of doctors, surgeons, and nurses dealing with a first case at that particular hospital. Next week, with your permission, I will be inviting the neurosurgeon who performed the surgery. Is happy to take part to this webinar, and he will be
That
sharing
will be
his own
amazing.
experience.
That will be amazing. Please, yes.
Amazing.
Bring the whole
I'm
team.
sure
Bring the whole team.
he is somewhere listening. So I've got all the 5, and tomorrow morning I will be with them. So they will confirm. And the good thing, the neurosurgeon speaks English, so it's gonna be easier for all of us to communicate, and he's gonna share his own experience, and also he will tell you what happened. So that is the very first surgery, and we are very, very happy. Once again, we are grateful for the support that we receive from everyone here on this panel, and also the friend and everyone else who is donating. We had another, a lot of them, as I mentioned, 5. Another young lady who had a problem. He needed 5 surgeries. He went through 5 surgeries on his head. Those minor surgeries were done, performed, and the full bill was paid by DAG support. So we are grateful. It was around $300. So thank you very much once again. And we managed to support the young girl because she was coming from a different town, different region, to finish all the treatment and get to leave the hospital. And the team supported the young lady to take a boat to go to the village. So she has arrived where the family is safely. So thank you very much for that. Another story that we supported ended on a sad note. It is of another baby who needed a surgery on his stomach. And yes, we managed to support the family. We managed to support the medical staff with what they needed. We paid for everything. But at the end, the child didn't survive. So we lost the child. The family needed our support for the burial. And once again, with your support, we managed to support the family to bury their child. We are very much grateful for that. These last 2 weeks, we've got some new cases. I'm sure Dr. Karame, I don't know if you already checked the few pictures that I shared in our group. We came across a young lady who has a mental health illness, and that young lady was victim of a sexual assault. She was raped by a group of men. She is in the hospital with no support. Once again, we took that responsibilities to ask the hospital to start treating the young lady. There are a lot of cases. I will try to not to go into all of them, but one thing I wanted to share with the panel and everyone else who is listening, we always say, on the mainstream news media, you may hear that peace was signed, there is no fighting in the region, but atrocities are happening every single day. There is no any aid coming to support the people. Every hospital where you go in the region, there is lack of medication. Doctors, medical staff are not paid. That is the reality. Banks have been closed for about a year. There is no businesses. Now, most of the patients, every single hospital you go, there is a patient with prescription, but there is no medication that is available at the hospital, and the family of the patient has to go to buy from a local pharmacy, and they don't have money. Now you've got doctors. We had the surgery of one of the medical staff from one hospital had breast cancer, and he could not pay for it. He's a male, and he was not able to pay for the treatment, and he came to us to ask for help. Those are the situations that we are facing every single day, but we are happy that we are part of this platform where we have been given the chance to come and share with you our struggle. At least we know there are people still believing in humanity. There are people who are still fighting for peace. There are people still fighting to end genocide. And we feel part of all this movement that is really fighting for the good causes, or that is fighting for ending genocide, because Congolese people have been dying every single day. That is the update from us. There is a lot that we are working on this coming week. As I said when I started this short presentation, we are continuing supporting the two houses. The very first one is the 11 young girls, young mothers with their babies. So we've got 11 young girls who were victim and their babies, that is 23 in the house. And then we've got 33 orphan in another house. And all those two houses are supported by DAG when it comes for their weekly food. I mean, since the end of last year, I think November, DAG has been feeding about 60 orphan aged between 0, we've got a new baby who was born a few weeks ago, to 18 years old. So thank you very much, everyone. And please continue fighting for peace, continue fighting for end of genocide. And don't forget to talk about the struggle of our people.
Thank you, Elvis. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So sorry for your loss. Sorry for the loss of the baby.
Thank you very much.
So inspired by your work. You and your team and Khadija and Philip are really a very inspiring team. You're able to do so much with so little. You and like the people of Gaza, our colleagues in Gaza, are really an inspiration for us all. Despite all the difficulties, you continue to push back, you continue to provide, you continue to help and support. And we are really honored that we are able to help you in any way we can. And again, many thanks to all our supporters. Without them, we would not have been able to help. And yes, as everyone said, this is a fight for love. Like John and Martha said, fight for love, love the children. Yesterday, I took the quote from James Baldwin and changed it. He said, "The children are all ours, every single one of them." And I wanted to make this actually a new motto. The people are ours, every single one of them, wherever they are. Every one of them cares. The people, everyone. So this is a movement for love, love for people, love for humanity, love for justice, love for peace, love for the fact that on this planet there is enough for everyone. No child in Gaza or in Congo or Sudan should starve to death or freeze to death or not be able to have a surgery or being raped because there is no safety, there is no security, there is no justice, while billionaires pile hundreds and hundreds of billions and now trillions in their bank accounts, while billions of children and women and elderly in this world are going without. This is all man-made. This is all um, something that can be designed with all of us, all your work, whether it's donation, whether it's mobilization, whether it's advocacy, whether it's building movements. We can do this together. Thank you, Elvis. Karam.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, I think we learned the lesson the hard way that any talk about peace talks or ceasefire talks or this thing happening or political solution happening, we do not believe it. I think the people need us to be in their corner, and the politicians can say whatever they want to say. Where their words mean nothing. We have seen what it means to have ceasefire in Sudan. We have seen what it means to have ceasefire in Congo or in Gaza. It's ink on paper, does not change anything on the ground for the people, and they still need the people to be in solidarity with them. That's why we refuse to look away. And we refuse to carry on and rely on the politicians that they will do the right thing. They do not. They never did. They will never do. So that's why we need to be together in solidarity with those who need us and almost ignore the news. Of course, we do advocacy and we go on the Hill because we need aid to get in and we need solutions. But believe us, every time we go to the Hill, we are faced with the inept and the lack of motivation to do anything and the apathy. And I think every one of us who is here is the opposite of being apathetic. So please, let's stay together. We need money. We need money. We need a lot of money because the need is there for medications, for financial support for people, financial support for the families in Congo that have been devastated by sexual violence, the women, the children, there's so much need and nobody's filling that need. So it's not like the big organizations are making a huge difference. There is still a need. And every time we help somebody, I think we should all be very proud that we were able to do that. Every one of us, every donor, every member, everyone who's listening to our webinar, everyone who comes with us to the Hill, we are making a difference. And Elvis, I have to thank you from the bottom of my heart to allowing us to see these touching stories so that we can continue to do this work together with you.
Thank you. Yes, we need also to build the movement. We need to mobilize the people. It's not just us. Few of us alone cannot do it. So we always please reach out and mobilize more people, inspire more people. Actually, inspiration. Inspiration is the best way and the most successful way to get to build the movement. Inspire people by seeing what Elvis and his team are able to do on the ground. This really touches the heart and inspires more people to join. And so many other stories from other teams. And I think if each one of us who work day and night, you are a better trustee of your hard-earned money than the government. If you give your money to the government, we all know by now what they are using it for. So as part of your ethical moral responsibility, use your money for more ethically consistent causes for you, for the hard work. Don't make your hard work and your sweat at work go to fund genocide, you have the right and you have the capacity to choose to use this money to help the children that Elvis just mentioned, the young ladies who got raped, the children who are still in Gaza or in Sudan, needing shelter and food. So thank you, everyone. We have also a special guest from Ukraine that we did not see her for a while. Olena, are you still with us? Olena, we want to hear anything about Ukraine, please, if you are with us.
Hi, Nidal.
Where have you been,
Hi,
Olena? Where
Karame.
did you
I've been
disappear?
How are
here.
you,
Where did you
Alina?
go?
I've
Good to
been
see you.
here. Good to see you. I miss you all,
Yeah,
guys.
because they will say that now
Miss you.
they will say that DAG is racist because they only talk about black and brown people. We want to talk about white people too, and let's talk about Ukraine. Tell us what's
I'm
happening.
talking about all the humanity and all people who
Yes,
are
yes,
oppressed. I
thank
think we're
you.
all in the same boat. I miss you all.
Good to see you again.
I've been attending the meetings despite not able to come to the Hill because I'm taking care of my mom whose health deteriorated. But
Sorry.
I'm always at the meeting. Thank you. I'm always with you in my heart, donating, attending very interesting Palestinian film festival here in Massachusetts with Palestinian activists from Massachusetts Peace Action. Of course, donating, and just every Sunday, I feel like this is where I should be. I should be at your webinar. I should be listening to the stories from people on the ground, to the heroes on the ground. And thanks to all of the heroes in Gaza, in Congo, in Sudan, who make this work happen. And I think they make it so meaningful for us to donate, to continue believing that humanity will win. What I was going to say is that sometimes me personally, and I think some of us feel very discouraged, especially like Karame mentioned, when we hear politicians saying that, you know, there is a ceasefire, but there is no ceasefire. I have a feeling that we all should continue speaking up about injustices among our even, you know, colleagues, among our family members, among our friends. And we all moving the needle. We all doing something. And sometimes I feel like, well, maybe I'm not doing enough, but I think we're all doing something, even when we're moving a small amount of people, a big amount of people around us. The humanity will change, and I want to encourage everybody not to give up, because we, as humanity, are going to win against the controllers. And I don't even think it's about the politics. It's about the type of people who want to control us, whether with politics, with the economy, with money. And we as humans have to bring our heart energy towards protecting people, humanity, and love. And I totally agree with everyone who said that, and John who said we should come from the position of love, because this is a much stronger position than position of, you know, other positions that we can choose. So I think continuing work with love and passion and humanity will help all of us to achieve our common goal. And I think at some point, and I wish and I pray for it, that wars become obsolete. I think this year, the beginning of Ramadan coincided with Ash Wednesday, which is beginning of Lent for Christians. And it's also beginning of fasting for Muslim people. And I think it happens once in only so many years. And I think it's a big lesson to the humanity and to all the people on earth to say enough is enough. We have to start working together to end the wars and to end the genocide. So I will hope to see you all in April, and I would love to get as many healthcare workers to the Hill as we can. So April 15, all of us should come together with a big goal of getting as many doctors and health professionals to advocate. And even though we're frustrated with the politicians not able to answer to our questions, I feel like there are few among them in the recent days, just like you mentioned, that some of them are able to say, I'm not going to take money from AIPAC. I'm not going to, I'm going to stand with Palestinians. I'm going to stay with people around the world who is under oppression. I think it's moving the needle. I totally agree with Nidal that it is moving the needle among us and among, people who know that's what's right, what is wrong. So it's not even about politics. It's about the group of people who control us. And it's a very small group. And it's all of us who are against it. And knowing our power and feeling our power inside us, attending our group, Doctors Against Genocide, participating in other organizations locally. I think it's the power that we build day by day, step by step, and it's all going to make a difference. So for everybody who gets discouraged or feels like we're not doing enough, stay focused, do what you can. If you feel like you are burned, step back, regain your energy, and continue the fight. So those are all my thoughts that I have today, and I really, really miss you all, and I hope to see you in April on the Hill.
We miss you too. Very inspiring. Thank you, Olena. What is it about April 15th? Can you say it again? What's happening on April 15th?
We are coming with Doctors Against Genocide and all other groups to the Hill to be a force and to show all the politicians and all the people around us that we're a big force, that we stand for the humanity and against genocide. So join us on April 15, Wednesday, on the Hill to continue our fight, and it's going to make a difference. I feel like we are making a difference.
Thank you, Elena. It's good to see you back. I hope your mother feels better soon, and we cannot wait to see you and the 1,000 healthcare workers,
Yes.
1,000 coach in DC. Please, wherever you are, get your friends, your colleagues, your doctors, your nurses, your paramedics to DC, April 15th. April is the International Day on the Awareness and Prevention of the Crime of Genocide. It also happens to be the tax day for the United States. So, two statements against the genocide and against funding these genocide. So please, everyone, join us. Olena, would you please introduce our celebrity of the day, Dr. Ahmed Al-Farra. He's the famous Dr. Ahmed Al-Farra from Khan Yunis, from Gaza. Do you know Dr. Ahmed? Did you meet him before?
Yes, I think I've seen him on
Yes,
webinars.
I want you to introduce Dr. Ahmed, please. Invite him
I
to
want
speak.
to introduce Dr. Ahmed Al-Farra, and I want to extend our deepest thanks from the bottom of our heart for the work, the hard work that you do, and for the hearts that you move. And we can't express the gratitude, and you are the heroes on the ground. So tell us about your work. Tell us about what's happening right now.
Thank you, Elena. Dr. Ahmed, are you there? Dr. Ahmed?
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam, alaikum assalam. You are famous now, Dr. Ahmed.
Allah.
اهلا
Good
وسهلا.
evening.
معلش احنا اخرنا عليك بس احنا we keep the last for the what do you call it, for the best.
The best for
عشان
last.
the best
Yes,
for last. عشان هيك we give you free time now. You can take as much time as you want. All yours.
Okay, thank you. First, good evening, honorable professors, distinguished doctors, and dear colleagues. Thanks for Olena for this nice introduction. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak for everyone in this amazing webinar that night. Sorry to be late. I was in a lecture with my daughter Layla in the first medical student. She has a little confusion about neuroanatomy and lateral ventricles and Monroe and something like that. So I explained that for her and coming here. My friends, I don't want to talk about the situation in Gaza. I don't want to talk about the lack of medical supplies. I don't want to talk about the health genocide or what's happening in Gaza after the ceasefire. I don't want to talk about the instability of instability of the formula of the pediatric and the children. I don't want to talk about the lack of surfactant and other things. I would like to talk about something which is called erased civil record. We have in according to Al Jazeera, yes, English, that we have about 2,700 families in Gaza Strip have been erased completely out of the civil records during the Israel war on Gaza, and another 404,000 families were also erased, but with only one survival from the whole family. While I getting in the hospital, I saw my friend. He's sitting beside me. His name is Nasser Al-Astal. Nasser is one of the security guys who's working in the hospital since nearly 20 years ago. Nasser was in his duty on work while he received about bad news about targeting his family while they were inside their home. كم التاريخ كان؟
22/10/23.
It was in 22 October 2023. The whole family were completely targeted in that home. مين توفى في الحدث هذا؟
زوجتي
His wife was passed away.
بنات 4.
4 daughters also. قرب شوي قرب.
أولاد 2 الكبار.
Also 2 young male.
وزوج بنتي.
And زوج
شو اسمه؟ محمد. مرت ابنه وحفيدتي.
Yes, the wife of his son and her child.
وجوز بنتي.
Yes, قديش عدد اللي استشهدوا في الحدث؟
21.
21 victim or martyrs was passed away in this attack. Without alarming, they are talking about that they are the most moral army in the world, and they are alarming everyone before targeting any house. This is one example about their big liar, that they are big liars. They didn't alarm the family. 21 people were martyred in that attack on 22 of October 2023. مين كمان؟
أخويا.
And also his brother also is 60 years old. كان مريض. And the wife of his brother also was passed away in that attack.
3 إخوان و3 بنات.
Yes, he has a photograph for everything happened in that massacre. But this is what I want to talk about and introduce my colleague Abu Hamza, that he is an example for a brave heart, for what we can say about sacrificing. He's not feeling to be give up or not to surrender or not to be depressed. He was feeling very sad about the family, about loss of all members of his family. He's the only survival from his family. After that, he get married. تزوجت بعدين. He get married since nearly 10 or 1 year ago, and yes, he got married and he has a son, a little boy coming. His old is nearly 2 months old, and his name is Hamza. So he also has the name of his big son who were passed away or who was martyred, Hamza. Also, he has another boy. He named is Hamza. This is an example that we will not stop. We have to continue. And again, we are the stones of the valley, as we mentioned before. He's thanking God about that God differentiate him by his family to be an example for fully eradicated and from the civil record. دكتور نضال إذا حاب تحكي معاه هي ومعك.
كيف حالك؟
الله يحفظك، الله يبارك فيك.
الله يخليك، الله يعوض عليك، الله يرحمهم.
إن شاء الله إن شاء الله، الحمد لله رب العالمين.
عظم الله
الحمد
أجركم.
لله، شكر الله يسعدك، الله يحفظك.
I cannot even I cannot even comprehend or imagine how you feel and what you're going through. Lost all your families. So how many children did you have in total? كم ولد عندك؟ كم ولد وبنت عندك؟
استشهدوا عندي حمزة مواليد 97 ومحمد من 2001 وحفصة رحمة الله عليها متزوجة 99. عندي سارة 2004. عندي فاطمة 2009 وآمخر العنقود 2007. واثنين طلعوا الحمد لله رب العالمين تحت الركاب. وزوجتي مواليد 95 وجوز بنتي.
استشهدت زوجتك؟
زوجتي وبنات الأربعة والأولاد كبار وحفيدتي وكنت وجوز بنتي.
Wow, that's so sad.
وأخويا وزوجته وبنات 3 وأولاد 3 وحفيدين.
So all his family except for 2 children are alive, and even his extended family, his brothers, his brother-in-law or son-in-law, his daughter-in-law, his grandchildren. This is very hard. I'm so sorry. We are so sorry that the world that we live in is allowing this to happen and to your family. حضرتك شو اسمك؟ أبو إيش؟
أبو حمزة.
أبو حمزة.
هاي حفيدتي من تحت الركام طلعتها، كانت تقدر تشوفها.
دكتور أحمد إذا بتقدر تودينا الصورة على الواتساب. we can share his.
أنا حبعت لك الصور على الواتساب إن شاء الله.
بعت لي إياها مع صور على الواتساب، إحنا بنقدر ننشرهم. هلا أستاذ أبو حمزة، أنت بتشتغل security guard at ناصر هوسبيتال.
ناصر.
أنت بتشتغل security guard. أنت بتشتغل بالأمن بناصر
لا احنا وزارة الصحة، أمن مدني.
أمن يعني civilian security. يعني they are organized
زي مساعدين المرضى والحالات الحالية.
sometimes helping the patient, doing some investigation for the patient. They are administration more than security.
So you are a civilian administration security at the hospital, Nasr Hospital. You are the ones that MSF said you are military and you are carrying weapons and using weapons, yeah?
No.
You can see you can see, guys. Abu Hamza lost his family and he's trying to do what he can to survive and help the patients at the hospital, only for the MSF to come after losing all his family to accuse him and accuse his colleagues that these are, they have weapons and they are using weapons on the hospital grounds. Anyone has any questions for Abu Hamza, Jama'ah? Anyone has any questions for Abu Hamza?
Dr. Nidal, when I heard about Abu Hamza, I know Abu Hamza since 20 years ago. We used to play tennis table with each other. He's a good player in tennis table. And I traveled to Syria and then to Egypt and come back. And I when I saw him, he has a big family and a very nice family. When I heard about his story and he lost everything, I was feeling doubt about myself that he will succeed again, or he will maybe pass this story. I felt that he will not pass it. But again, I, as I mentioned before, that we are the stone of the valley, while something foam or it's a float, stones may roll or little and be covered by silt, yet they remain firm and deeply rooted. And Abu Hamza, one of the example of the deeply rooted stone of this valley. He's again started his life again. He get married. He have a boy. named is Hamza, and also he have two ولدين.
استشهدوا؟
لا الجرحى.
ولد وبنت.
And he has also a girl and a boy. They are injured and they are under treatment. كيف وضعهم الصحي الآن؟
هذه البنت كانت عاملة ثقب، عندها ثقب، عملت لها عملية في القدس مقص عملية جراحية.
لا الجرحى.
لا الحين الحمد لله كويسين. النفسية شوية النفسية تعبانة.
The injured are better than before, but they are complaining from psychological disturbance about losing all of the family, and they are I think they are feeling about something like forgetting or amnesia about something. I think this is a gift from God to be feeling about amnesia, because if they remember everything, I think that they will not survive. The daughter was withdrawn from the hug of her mother while her mother was passed away, and she was holding her by two hands, and she was in complete protection of her daughter. She tried to protect her. The mother was passed away, and the daughter is survived. So they, while they tried to withdraw the girl, they felt a lot of difficulty because she was in a complete flexion about to protect her girl. This is one of the, as I told before, every house, every family in Gaza have a story like a story of Abu Hamza. Every family, every person, everyone in Gaza has the same that happened for Abu Hamza, but in different situation. Sometimes lost all the family, sometimes members of the family, sometimes lost everything. But again, I try to introduce Abu Hamza to talk about how the Palestinian people are amazing, and they are model of power, model of continuity, model of heroes of Gaza. You saw him. He told me that I feel that my God differentiate me between the others to be collect with my family in paradise, inshallah. And he feel that this is a mercy from God, that he's choose that for them, and he's hoping that he will meet them as soon as possible.
Dr. Ahmed, I'm sorry, I need to push a little bit on this.
Can I say something?
Yeah, I want to push a little bit on this, please, Dr. Ahmed.
Okay.
Just the fact that the people of Gaza who lost their families are trying their best to survive and to continue to live and provide for themselves does not mean that they deserve the fate. We all know that all these murders are man-made, intentional, and preventable. It should not have happened. No one should test the people of Gaza or any people in the world how strong they are by killing them and see how they do. We are, as human beings, are not subjects for experiments. And I know the resilience, the steadfastness, the strength of the people of Gaza, Sudan, Ukraine, Congo, are showing, the best of us and the strong of us. But this does not never justify the crimes that happened to him. Abu Hamza, Dr. Ahmed, Olena, people in Congo, Sudan, none of them should have gone through this. These are all crimes committed intentionally by a criminal entity, genocidal entity that should be held accountable for it. And Dr. Sui, do you have to add anything on this?
Yeah, I just want to say something. Yes. Nothing much, but I just want Dr. Alfara to thank Abu Hamza for sharing this with us. It's so difficult, and I appreciate his courage and his strength. It is one thing suffering like that. The other thing is sharing it so that all of us can understand what's happening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my colleague. Thank you.
دكتور احمد يعني بالعربي انه يعني مزبوط انه اهل غزه ابطال وما شاء الله عنهم وصامدين وصابرين محتسبين لله، بس هذا ما معناه انه اللي عملته اسرائيل صح او انه anyone in the world should go through this. This is not a justification. And no one should have gone through this. No one should go through this. And especially, I mean, if this was a natural disaster, if this was something that beyond our control, maybe we can accept it. But this is not a natural disaster. This is something that was done by a criminal entity, and we refuse to accept it. And everyone who committed this crime or participated in this crime or aided this crime in any way should be held accountable. Human beings, Abu Hamzi is a human being, full human being like any one of us. He has the same feelings, the same heart, the same capacity for grief. I know his children, the surviving ones, are suffering. They will continue to suffer and endure all their lives. Maybe they feel a little bit lucky that they did survive at this point, especially when the bombing was still going on, but that does not mean that this will not hit them and this will not change their life forever. People who go through these atrocities will have their lives changed forever, whether due to a loss, whether due amputation, whether due to just being there, starvation. Many of our doctors mentioned that going through the starvation will leave a lifelong mental and even genital changes on the children, on the people who go through this. We want to inspire people. We want to keep them strong to be able to continue this life, but it's not something that they should be demanded to. It's not some. I don't know how to say it. David, do you have any reflections on this, please, on this point?
Dr. Nadal.
Yes.
Yeah, I do. And you know what you were saying, Nadal, about they may feel lucky that they survived. That feeling lucky comes with a cost because they will also feel guilty that
Survivor's
they
guilt.
survived.
Yeah.
You know, the guilt of a surviving child. So they're going to get it from both sides. They have the loss of their loved ones, and then they feel guilty. Why me? Why didn't I go? So these kids are going to suffer in very complicated ways, going forward, and will need all the help that they can get. So yeah, these are.
So the people of Gaza or Sudan are like any other people. They deserve to have a life like all of us. They did not have to go through this to prove to us that they are strong or they are heroes or anything. No one needs to prove to anyone their humanity. We are all full humans, every single one of us. And no one has the right to take our loved ones or to destroy our homes or our hospitals or to take our land and do any of these crimes. No one, not even God himself, has the right to destroy a whole people. This is unjustifiable. This is unacceptable. And those criminals need to be held accountable. We are really happy that the people of Gaza are surviving through all of these things. But it is not something that we as a global community should demand of them. We should demand of us to protect them like every other human being. No human being, no people, no country, no child, no mother, no father should go through the pain that they went through just to prove to us that, oh, maybe they're strong, maybe they're, managing. This is just too traumatic, too painful. Tfadl, Dr. Ahmed.
Dr. Nadal,
Can I make a comment, Dr. Nadal?
maybe
Ashraf,
just
yes,
a minute.
Yes.
after Dr. Ahmed. تفضل.
A minute, please, Dr. Ashraf. Maybe there is a little confusion about that we are I'm talking about the powerful of the Palestinian, but really nothing can truly replace whatever we lost. Nothing. We may lose people, places, safety, even parts of our dreams, but what remains can never be taken. the memories, the dignity, the impact they left within us. Dr. Nidal met my nephew Abdul Khaliq in Egypt. He
Yes.
lost his daughter Sana, and she was a lovely girl and very beautiful girl. When I'm talking to him that is there something compensate that, he told me nothing compensate the nail of Sana. And we are looking from compensation from our God, and that he's giving our patience. الصبر والسلوان هذا من الله. It's a gift from God. But we'll never forget and we will never forgive. And inshallah, we will try to take our rights. If we didn't succeed, we will ask our sons and daughters and next generation. As Abdul Khalik told me, I asked my son, I have a brain tumor and I am unable to take the right of Sana. You have to take the right of Sana in the future. We will never forget and forgive. This is what we have to sometimes if someone feels that the Palestinian people, they have called emotion or no, we love our daughters and our girls and our family more than ourselves. We love them too much. They are our beloved. They are our soul. But sometimes it's a gift from God, as I mentioned, that He given some patient to stay and to be supported and to continue your life and not to be stopped anyway. Thank you.
Inshallah. Dr. Ashraf, وينك?
Yes, I just want to make a comment here on what you said, Nadal, because there is a misconception here that the Palestinians, like you made it sound like they are happy with what happened to them. This is not true. Palestinians are like any other human being. All people, they want to have a prosperous life. They want their children to be successful. They want to be safe. They want to have a good education. They have a good housing. All of us, we do, including people in Gaza. But when things happen beyond their control, because of a genocidal regime, or because of tyranny of a group of people, or because of a genocide that's happening in Congo or in Sudan or whatever, when this kind of calamities happen, you have two options. Either you are going to fall into despair and give up, and this is going to be the end of it. And we have seen people going like this, and they go and become alcoholic or become drug addicts to overcome this kind of depression. Or you can go to some kind of faith or philosophy that can give you the consolation in what is happening. So as a Muslim, you feel that anything that is happening to you is by the decree of God for a reason. Sometimes we don't understand the wisdom of it. Sometimes we think that this is the worst thing that happened to us, and it turned out that this had been something good. I'm not saying that what happened to the Palestinians and what is happening to them is something that is good, because that's beyond humanity, and this beyond all kind of religions and all kind of guidance and all kind of good consciousness as a human being, regardless of anything. But when you feel that there is another life that is where you are gonna be rewarded for your patience, when you are gonna be agreeing to what God have decreed upon you, even if it's not something that you like, even if there is injustice in it. And injustice has been happening throughout history. It is not something new. So I'm sure that what is making the Palestinians, someone like Abu Hamza, someone like Dr. Hussein, someone is that their strong faith that justice will come one day. If not in this worldly life, it will come in the hereafter. And this what gives them the power to continue and the power to become strong. And this is what we are seeing from them.
Yeah,
because the other option would be despair.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I'm really happy that the people of Gaza and many other communities are finding ways to help them survive this and be strong, whether it's faith or religion or any other beliefs that make the impact of this on them easier, so they can survive it and not fall into despair. But what I meant is we as a medical community, especially as a movement, as an organization, we cannot use faith. I mean, faith is good as long as it's helping people. But we as a medical community, we are here to protect life. And we are here to say that no one should go through this. And no one has the right to commit this on people. Our job is to protect life. So that, I mean, I just want to make this distinction clear that just the fact that the people of Gaza are finding their faith, their strength, that keeps them survive this does not mean that we as DAG or anyone else or any community in the world should feel less sad about this or less let's put it this way, less outraged about these crimes. Again, I'm really happy that they are finding that their faith or whatever any other community believes in is helping them survive this. But our job is to prevent this from the beginning. That's the only distinction I wanted to make. As doctors, as healthcare workers, our job is to protect life regardless of faith. We are based on humanity. No human should go through this. No one has the right to commit this. And we need to be very clear on this. Now, some people, faith can help them survive this. Some people, meditation can help them go through this. Some people, maybe some mental health or psychotherapy can help them go through this. These are all great things, great tools that we as a medical community can provide to the survivors, and the survivors can use it, to help them survive this so they don't fall into despair. That is, one thing, and we completely agree on this. On the other hand, our job, our mission as people of the world is to protect people so no one has to go through this. I just wanted to make this clear. That's all. We're not in disagreement. Dr. Ahmed, تفضل. Anyone else has any reflections? تفضل, Dr. Ahmed.
Today was the last day for MSF in Nasser Medical Complex. They came.
Why? They got scared. They got scared from Abu Hamza. Abu Hamza. They got scared from you. That's why they're leaving.
MSF خايفين منك عشان هيك غادروا.
لا مش خايفين منا، احنا الناس رسالة مزارعين يعني.
They just use you as an excuse, huh? Okay.
هذا حجة فرجة بسموها.
ايوه بالضبط، ممتاز.
حجة فرجة، هذا مسخرة. مسرحية وعملوها.
I'm so happy that you came, Abu Hamza.
الحين بينت يعني.
Today they came to my office and they feeling some shame, and they told me, Dr. Ahmed, we want to leave and we want to take our furniture. I told them, please go ahead. We are this hospital belongs to Minister of Health, and you are transient. You are a transient phenomena that helped us. We respect all of you, but we will still Ministry of Health Hospital, and we will still working, and we will still doing our job, and we will still doing our teaching program, and we will still evaluating our doctors, and we will still working, and we will not stop. So you take your furniture and go away, and they left. And inshallah, we will not stop. We are looking for another NGOs, and if there is NGOs available to cover the incentives of Minister of Health employee in the Tahrir Hospital in maternity and pediatric department, I think that the committee, the Palestinian committee, will take her responsibility and start to be responsible about the employee in Gaza, especially Minister of Health. I hope, Dr. Nidal, by your communication with Dr. Ali Shat and his team, to ask them to be as soon as possible responsible for the employee or for that health sector that it is essential for life saving and for saving of people life. Please, you can do your contact with him if you
Sure.
have any contact with him.
Do you have any idea about the number? How many employees we're talking about? Any idea, rough estimate? Is it 50? Is it 100?
We are talking about 313 employees.
Wow. Yeah, inshallah, we'll find ways. We will find ways to support you and not leave you at the mercy of MSF or anyone
Dr.
else.
Nidal, I think it is responsibility for the committee, the Palestinian committee,
Sure.
because they have as we understood from the negotiation and what we have heard about that they have the money to support that, and a lot of countries like Qatar, like Turkey, like Saudi Arabia, they are ready to cover the health sector and the teaching sector, or universities and the schools and something like that. So these are the main corner of the health society in Gaza, and they are the main worker corners or main corners nowadays in Gaza. They have to support them as soon as possible. Inshallah, nothing will affect the performance of doctors. They still working, and they have swear about that, and they are working from the beginning of the war, before MSF and while MSF and after MSF, inshallah.
Yeah, I just want to warn about this thing actually. Many of these donor countries and everyone who's trying to work through this board of genocide, their aid, their help is going to be conditional. It's going to come with conditions that, yeah, we will help you if you do things this way and our way, while under international law and all universal human decency laws, humanitarian aid should be unconditional, supporting healthcare workers, the hospitals, the victims that we victimize, I mean, that we committed the crimes against them, should be unconditional. So please, Dr. Ahmed and all your colleagues and us, we need to continue supporting these communities unconditionally. They need the help. We give them help. We allow them to do, their work the way they see it fit, not the way that is going to be imposed by Kushner or Witkoff or Trump or UAE or Saudi Arabia or any other country. We need to be very careful. The road ahead, inshallah, is going to be better. We never lose hope, but we need to be more vigilant and more careful, because there are so many traps on the way that are actually more dangerous and more hidden and more devious than what we saw so far. So we need to be alert, and we need to continue to fund and support organizations like DAG and other organizations that really care about the people, and they believe that sending aid to these communities is not a charity. This is an obligation to provide to them unconditionally and to empower them to do their work the way they decide needs to be done this way, not under conditions and obligations from these donors. So leaving these communities alone, vulnerable to the demands of these boards of genocide, might be very dangerous. We all need to keep our eyes open and know where the aid is coming from and at what price and what conditions. So thank you. There are two colleagues here on the panel have been quiet for the whole time, and it's usually very dangerous to have someone quiet for 3-4 hours. Dania and Maribeth, I'm scared now. What do you have? You've been processing too much. Dania
Do we
or
get to
Maribeth?
talk together?
Yeah, sure. Talk together.
Combined effort?
Oh my God, what a
where should we
nice
start?
opportunity. I don't know, man. This is really heavy.
And we were quiet for very long.
We were
quiet. Should we talk about Aaron Bushnell first?
We can talk about him, yeah.
Read his quote. So the anniversary of Aaron Bushnell's death is coming up on the 25th. And so what
ممكن يصير بس انا
John,
اقدم مشاهده
what
ولا
Danya,
تكونوا بالكم طيبين هيك.
what Danya and I have been leaning into a lot lately is that
Dr.
radical
Dr. Ahmed,
imagination.
Dr. Ahmed, can you mute for a minute, please? Just put it on mute. I have more questions for you. Please don't leave. We have a question about the surfactant, the situation with the surfactant. So we need more details about this after Maribeth and Dania talk. If you're, I hope
Okay.
you will still be with us.
Because maybe Dr. Ahmad will want to do this sort of exercise with us. So with the anniversary of Aaron Bushnell's death coming up, one of the quotes from him, and I'm going to read it for you. I've realized that a lot of the difference between me and my less radical friends is that they are less capable of imagining a better world than I am. So, as I was saying, Danya and I have been really leaning into our radical imagination lately and just over the top, like we find where her family's home was in Palestine, or talking out the scenario where I bring my sons to Gaza to help rebuild, because why would I birth strong, large boys if not to help carry heavy things? And so we've just been doing a lot of this radical imagination exercise, and I wanted to open that up for other people. Like what's in your mind? What is in your imagination? What do you see happening for the future, the goodness of the future? Anybody? No?
Maribeth, not you can't expect us to answer that question in 4 minutes, okay?
That's fair.
Yeah, but it's something we should think about all the
Homework
time.
for all of us. Yeah.
Correct. Makes sense? It is a big question, but I think it is a very, very important question, and it's something which we should be addressing ourselves and collectively, okay?
And stay focused on it. That there is a post-scarcity, post-supremacy future.
Yes.
And we're building it. And we're working on it.
Yeah. And no matter how tough, we can do it. We'll do it with the Palestinians. And they will tell us what they want us to do. But we should make ourselves available for them. But not within 3 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think a short answer to you, Mary Beth, is that to continue to do, everybody to do in his field something that have an impact. And lip service, I think it's not enough. But having something impactful, that's the main thing. And let me tell you from experience, unfortunately, a lot of members of my family, they sympathize with the Palestinians, but they are not like really strong sympathizers. And when I said that I'm going to Gaza, everybody now is like, first of all, they got very worried. They were questioning me. And then they realized that what is happening there is really serious, that can have an impact on all of us, even the silent, even like what Nidal was saying, we have to keep on moving until we get the majority, or not the majority, but a certain percentage. I think they talk about 3% of the population to see the change. And now they are thinking about doing something just because I said that I'm going to Gaza. So when it comes close, when it affects someone who is closer, I know that they are worried about me going there, getting injured, getting killed. I mean, all of this goes into their mind because they don't know exactly what is happening there. But in the meantime, that became like a stimulus for them to do something. When 100 lectures or hours of lecturing them wouldn't have worked. I keep on talking about it. I keep on saying, this is what I'm doing. This is what I do. But when they felt the danger that might impact a loved one to them, that's what pushed them. And I'm sure that your kids, they have the same feeling because they see like you are risking yourself, you're risking your career, you're risking your safety, even physically when you got arrested. So that's why they want to protect you. And in the meantime, they want to protect humanity. So you see, this is the kind of impact that sometimes we don't realize. It's the indirect impact that we have on others when we do something that is really tangible, and people can realize that. That's my spiel.
Thank you.
Dania?
Tanya?
I feel like a lot of people shared a lot of optimism on today's webinar. And in the spirit of Ramadan, I'd like to share gratitude to everyone that's still with us, because I think it is easier to just not care, because caring is extremely exhausting. And, with just all the evil that's going on, and for the people that continue to wake up and continue to join us on Sundays and just join the fight for humanity and our days on the Hill, and just all of what it entails to be in this web of humanity. Just deep gratitude to everyone. And yeah, we have to practice radical imagination, as Aaron Bushnell wanted us to, and imagine that a better world does exist. And yeah, we need that 3%. I don't think we're anywhere near that 3%. I think a lot of people, just choose to just live lives regularly as if the world around them is not on fire. So thank you all.
Thank you. Dr. Ahmad, please, a lot of people have been asking us about the surfactants as an example. Why is the surfactants not allowed in Gaza? What is the excuse that they are using to prevent it from happening? We do have a donor who has a significant amount of surfactant that's there in Jordan, and we are trying to see how we can get it into Gaza. So do you have any ideas? Please give us more information about what happened when you asked for the surfactant. What excuse did they use? Why they're not allowing it in? And what is the surfactant for? What is it for? What do you need it for people who don't know much about maybe?
Okay, surfactant is a natural component of the mature lung. It's something belongs to lecithin and sphingolene. This is increase the tension of the alveolar. So it make it mature and make the alveoli can do the exchange. It is essential for premature babies, and in this war there is increase of prematurity. As everyone knows, we have increased 33% of premature babies in Gaza due to this criminal war. So surfactant is very essential for these babies to survive. I think that they not allowing for this essential medication to come inside Gaza because they don't want this premature baby to survive. This is the man who not allow for this medication to come inside. He's the same one that he delay the evacuation of congenital heart disease that we lost every day 2 or 3. He's the same one who's not allowed for intravenous immunoglobulin to save a life of Guillain-Barré. He's the same one who's not allowed for plasmapheresis equipments to come inside to save a life of toxic epidermolysis necrosa or Steven Johnson syndrome. He's the same one who's not allowing for some catheters for dialysis, not allowed to come inside Gaza. Now we have to put this in our concept that they are interested in punishment and make the Palestinians suffer more and more about their just for their Palestinianity, just for They are Gazans people. Even the West Bank. I found my friends and colleagues from the West Bank. They swore to God and they told us, we are suffered like Gaza, but the media is not, and the TV is not covered the situation in the West Bank like you are suffered in Gaza. So this is something try to extract the Palestinian from his land. They try to do that by any way. This is the martyrs Marwa Hamza Nasr al-Astal. She's حفيدة. ايش معنى حفيدة بالانجليزي يا دكتور نضال؟ You are muted.
Granddaughter.
Yes.
Unmute. Yes. You hear me now?
Yes, yes. Marwa Hamza Nasr al-Astal. She was passed away on the 22 of October 2023. مكان الحدث البيت. She was targeted at home. This is the first one. This is her. As you can see, the one who's holding the martyrs in his hand is Abu Hamza. He's Nasser. You can put the arrow on him.
Yeah.
The one, yes, he's now.
His granddaughter, yes.
Yes, he was his granddaughter, and this
that's
is
the rest of the family.
Yes, the members of the family. This is in the hospital. You can see the ambulance. This is inside the hospitals.
That's their names. Yeah.
And this is their names. You know, he left now. He go to his duty because he's covering 24 hours. I know Abu Hamza since a long time. He's a very simple and very nice and very kind and very sympathetic. He used to help. He used to help as he could. He's not belongs to any military activity. He's a farmer. He was in the hospital as a farmer administration and belongs to farmers because they take care about the gardens, about the dates. We have nearly 23 tree of dates, and they are used to care about it. Also Jawafa, and they used to be care about it. After this war, they shift to be administration team about caring about the patient and about try to solve the triage. Sometimes they are working in it. He's working in the hospital since 20 years ago. When he received the shocked news about his family, he was in his duty. I saw him. He was nearly shocked. We try to support him. We try to fix and try to be with him. And when he go to pray for these martyrs, he was standing and he was crying, and he was completely out of thinking to be lost all the family at that time. After that, he was recovering. He was. We sit with him many times. Psychological support, sit with him. But again, as Dr. Ashraf mentioned, it's something from God. Patience is come. Patience is come from God, and support is from God. And he's recovered now completely, and he tried to compensate his life again. But he will never forget, as I mentioned. He always told me, I will never forget anyone from our family. This is one of the extreme examples of suffering. Okay, for the medication about surfactant, the UNICEF bought some surfactant from West Bank, and they try to get it inside Gaza, and they succeeded in a little quantity. We keep that quantity here in Gaza, and we try to be severe wise about consuming that surfactant for the selected, very, very selected cases. But I think this is not a permanent solution or permanent state that we can deal with it. I think we have to solve all these problems. Today, the unit, the lab of the Ministry of Health told us that we have 60 tests for hemoglobin A1C for diagnosis and controlling diabetes mellitus. And they asked that this 60 tests should be distributed among 4 hospitals. That means every hospital have to take just 15 HbA1c. That means this 15 should cover us for 2 or 3 months. This is unbelievable situation that hospital with nearly, we are talking about 400 beds of patients, and sometimes occupancy 250% among the normal rate, to be dependent on just 15 hemoglobin A1C test for 2 or 3 months in the future. So this situation is very bad, and we will never feel despair to talk about it more and more in every Zoom, in every meeting, in every webinar, in every media, in Al Jazeera, in Al Arabiya, CNN. We have to talk about that. I want to thank Al Jazeera that every day, what's happened among the world about the Iranian American conflict, about the Ukrainian Russian conflict, about Sudan الدعم السريع conflict. They will never forget Gaza, and they specialized a good area or space for Gaza. Al Jazeera is leader in that, and I respect Al Jazeera really, because they will never forget Gaza, while a lot of medias like something belongs to Arabian TVs like Palestine TV, for example, they didn't mention about that, about Gaza, even about the West Bank, about the settlement performance in the West Bank, and their impolite method that they are dealing with the Palestinian in the West Bank. So, my friends, we will never stop to talk about that more and more. Thank you for being with you with this webinar.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. Thank you for all these updates. Thank you for sharing with us your experience from the ground, what's happening. And thank you for being there for your people, for your patients. Thank you for being a role model for all of us. We consider the doctors and nurses and healthcare workers of Gaza as our moral aspiration for all of us, the ones who refuse to betray their profession, the ones who refuse to abandon their patients and their people, despite all the pain, despite all the suffering, despite all the cruelty. And I know many of you guys did have the opportunity to leave, and you instead decided to stay and to provide, even if this comes with the risk to your families and to your life, and of course to your safety and well-being. So you are our inspiration. Allah yahmikum. Inshallah, you'll continue to provide. Inshallah, you will continue to inspire all of us, the medical community all over the world, to do more, to mobilize. And one of our guests earlier, a doctor from Gaza, he said they want to write a book called about the mental health. Like there's a syndrome that the people of Gaza went through that cannot be explained by the usual terms in mental health and in psychology. It's not a PTSD, it's not a CTSD. They're gonna call it the Gaza syndrome. And I think in the mental health, they are going to define this, and it's gonna be something different because not too many communities went through this live stream genocide for 2 years, and the experience is kind of unique. And this applies to other, medical fields in pediatrics. The way you're dealing with all these patients without a formula, without a surfactant, with malnutrition, with all these congenital abnormalities, with the lack of supplies and equipments. So it seems that the doctors, healthcare workers in Gaza, once things are better, inshallah, once maybe the blockade is lifted and they're allowed to get all what they need, once they have the time to write this down, you can write textbooks in medicine, how you can provide under these dire circumstances, how you can manage when you don't have anything, how you do surgery without anesthesia, how you treat sepsis in a child who's already preterm and already malnutrition, and his mother had malnutrition, and you don't have antibiotics, you don't have IVs. This is going to be a whole new science, unique science on and by its own, and that you can teach humanity, all of us, how you manage to do this, because unfortunately, you know, disasters and tragedies will happen other places in the world. And I think there is a lot of lessons that we as a global medical community can learn and should learn from all of you. So thank you, Dr. Ahmed. Stay strong. Dr. Habib, are you still with us? Dr. Habib? Dr. Rahman? He might not be with us anymore. Dr. Rahman? Okay. Olena, do you want to close it out for us?
Yes.
You were very inspiring today. So I'll give you closing remarks, and we'll see
Thank you.
next week. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. I want to thank Dr. Ahmed and all of the people of Gaza, because I think you're right, Nidal, that not only they're going to give us the lessons for the future, how to survive with the no medical equipment available, no help available, and the whole world not shutting down on them, and the courage and the faith that they go through is an encouragement and inspiration for generations to come. All our children, like I know the phrase that we say, one day we're all going to be against this. And one day all our children and grandchildren will ask us, what have you done in this crisis? What have you done? And I think we're all going to be responsible for what actions we took. It could be small actions. It could be as big actions as going as volunteering as healthcare providers in Gaza, Sudan, Congo. But we're all going to be responsible, not only in front of our consciousness, but in front of our children, grandchildren, extended family for generations to come. We all should remember this, and we all should do our best. When it's time to take little step back, I just want everybody to know that we're all humans. We're all going to feel exhausted and burned. And I went through that as well, between starting the war in Ukraine and then seeing my countrymen suffer, and then Gaza, and then Sudan, and then Congo. And I'm like, how I'm going to keep this all in my heart? But I think once we realize that we are bigger force, and we are bigger human beings that stand against a very small controlling force. And once you realize that in our mind, that they're actually small and they're very vulnerable now, and they're scared of us, and we are bigger force, I think this is when the energy is going to come for us to do more, to say more, to volunteer more, because we are a bigger part of humanity. And the heart and the humanity and love is on our side. And they should be feeling shaken, not us. And ultimately, we're going to win. And this is going to go into history books as the biggest winning of humanity, the defeat of genocide. And hopefully these 3 genocides will be the last genocides on Earth. So I just giving the biggest hugs and the biggest hope for people, for Dr. Ahmed and for his people in Gaza to stay strong. We are with you. our hearts and minds with you. We'll continue these meetings and these webinars to keep your soul alive. And in your religion, the God truly says that everything happens for a reason. But we should not stop. Nidal is right. We should not stop. We should not just assume that this is how it should be. It should not be like this. And we're all going to do everything possible to prevent genocide because we're responsible in front of our children, in front of our grandchildren, in front of generations to come, in front of humanity, in front of animal kingdoms that's suffering, in front of the climate disasters that's happening as this genocide. It's just enormous toll on the earth that this genocide is causing. So we should all be protectant of our earth, our planet, and humanity. Thank you all. I hopefully to see you all in April 15, and thank you all for the work that you do.
Thank you. Very, very strong, very inspiring. Thank you, Lena. Good to hear from you again. And please don't disappear. Come join us every week whenever you can.
Yeah.
And I hope your mother feels better soon. And
Thank you.
What you said is very inspiring and amazing. And like the people of Gaza, again, genocide is not a decree from God. It is committed by human being. They do not deserve to go through the genocide. Like the people of Gaza, we, the global community, the people of the world, did not deserve to go through this and witness this. So we are victims too. So, but despite all of this, we should not despair, because despair means that whoever is committing these crimes will continue, and Gaza will be just, an example of other worse atrocities to come, and gonna be the new norm. That's why we cannot stay silent. We cannot shy away. Despite that, all of us have so many other things that we can do. We did not have to do this. This is imposed on us, but it is because it's our humanity that we have to protect. It's our world, it's our future, our kids, our legacy on this earth, that we cannot leave the earth for those who are causing all these harms to humanity, to the planet, to climate, and all these things. And even if it's hard, anyone who has a conscience should, conscience and integrity, should do all what they can, despite all the difficulties. And as you said, we together, united, the people of the world are stronger than the people who have power. We have more power than the people in power if you unite and mobilize and create a better world for all of us. Thank you, everyone. See you next Sunday. Keep up the good work. Keep up the fight for justice, for humanity, for all of us. And thank you, the people of Gaza, for educating us, for freeing us, for liberating all of us, and for exposing all these crimes that have been festering underneath for so long that we were not aware of. So now everything is clear. We just need to act.